Yay! All right. Welcome to our live stream. I haven't been up here doing a live stream in a while. And honestly, it just took me an hour to set this up. This was silly. I just wanted to come up here and kick some spiritual game about how these modern religions were actually manifested and why these modern religions don't teach you about astrology. So, what you're about to learn is how modern religions weaponize astrology against you. All right. I, as a space that built Mercury, want you to know that you being born is not a coincidence. So, you being born is you creating a circumstance where you get to connect with individuals outside of yourself. You shouldn't get lost in a religion telling you that you're not good enough to be alone. Because that's basically what any religion that's trying to tell you you need to work into heaven is going to do. They're objectively telling you you're not good enough to be alone. So, we are getting into basic Hermeticism. Okay, I'm about to be so just cutting it up with a Hermeticism. You can fact check me as much as you want. You can go on Google and go see if what I'm saying is legit or not consistently, but you're going to learn how everything in Judaism and Christianity was stolen from Metatron. And you can go look up Enoch, see that Enoch turned into Metatron, and see that the people who made Christianity worship Metatron as the voice of God. Yet at the same time, they're going to tell you that Jesus is the only Son of God. So just letting you know that they want you to worship Jesus as the only Son of God because they want you to feel like you need to sacrifice yourself to the government that killed him. When objectively, you could actually just work for yourself. So this is where we're coming down to a connection. There's a two-way street. You can either work for yourself or you can work for other individuals. And this is where we get basic spirituality, just basic spirituality. Okay, I want to keep it simple. You either work for yourself because you know that you have a unique individual connection to God, or you feel like you're disconnected from God, so you need to find it out here. It's that simple. It's that simple. So when you go look in the Bible and you see that in the Old Testament, Enoch literally lived for hundreds of years and then transformed and didn't die, but then church doesn't teach you anything about that, there's a reason. There's a reason that all these modern churches teach you that you don't need to fast to talk to God. There's a reason these modern churches teach you that connecting with God for yourself, that's not the move. What you need to do is work for the people who killed the only Son of God. But then they're teaching you that you're also a son of God. You're just not a true son of God. So I'm just pointing out the contradictions in these religions that have stolen all this wisdom from Metatron. And once you understand that Metatron is a space that set up astrology so you can learn about yourself, now you can learn about the real significance of Mercury. You can learn about all these different planets. And in general, you can learn about, oh, Leo, what does Leo mean? Sagittarius, Aries, Scorpio, all these different signs. Because this is all Masonic, basically witchcraft, for lack of a better word. I mean, this is their language. English is a Masonic language. So the point is they're using astrology to conduct business, which means that the only way they can make money is really making you ignorant to astrology. That's why they need to use astrology to make money off of you. So they don't want to teach you about your natal alignment. They don't want to teach you about what time you were born. They want to teach you to work for the government. They want to teach you to work for the same exact system that's causing climate change. They want to teach you to work for the same exact matrix that they're showing only wants to enslave you and trap you in the metaverse. By the way, you can see that everything I'm saying is just straight up facts because the Masons have to name their new version of Facebook metaverse just to refer to everything I'm talking about here. Everything I'm talking about here is the metaverse. We're talking about how spaces create structures to connect with other spaces. So your spirituality is knowing that you were a space before you built this structure called a body. So the whole point of you being in a human body right now is that you are able to relate with spaces outside of yourself. And we do this forever. That's not supposed to be you scared of dying. Like these religions literally teach you to be scared of dying because that's the only way they can make money off of your fear. It's a shame. It's a shame, but this is why everyone's supposed to like level up or whatever, I guess. We're all supposed to learn how to communicate better together because the whole point is that everyone is an individual God. So the moment you feel like you yourself are not an individual God, you basically are not going to take responsibility for your power. Okay, so you're going to find yourself in a circumstance where you're not going to feel like you have the ability to change what you want to change. That's what it means to feel like you're not God, basically. So anytime someone tells you you are not God, that's them telling you that you don't have the ability to change your life. And then this is where we get Jesus being the first superhero. So Jesus was created by Masons to colonize your idea of a superhero, which is why you can go on the internet and see that Jesus was objectively created from Zoroastrian ideas. So once you learn about Zoroastrianism, and then you see how everything that Jesus represents was taken from that religion, you'll be able to have a greater scope of ancient history. You'll be able to see how Masons literally had to build these new white supremacist systems out of old indigenous systems, out of old indigenous spirituality. So really all they can do is weaponize what was already working. So the whole point is that humans already had systems set up working. We already had astrology set up working. Ancient indigenous cultures were already connected and already working. Why are there pyramids in Egypt and Mesoamerica? They were all connected and working. The whole reason that they put the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill is obviously, again, everything I'm saying here. Masons need to make a system out of what was already working. So when they want to make money, aka build a structure that supports their space, the only way they can do that is to cannibalize the indigenous structures that Egyptians already built, that Mesoamericans already built. All the indigenous peoples throughout North, South, and Central America, we were taught that Christopher Columbus discovered America, yet we can objectively look at history and see that there were civilizations living here with pyramids. Yet we're taught by Masons, by these religions, that they discovered the very lands that they had to actively steal from people that they want to now erase with this English language. So here I am as an indigenous man, forced to speak English because of all the history that I just explained right now. So this is spiritual warfare at its finest. And once you know that Jesus, as the Son of God, just simply represents how you are the Son of God, now you can see how you created yourself. Because this is all stolen from Metatron. So when Metatron built astrology, you're supposed to use astrology to learn how you created yourself. So you, as a space, are creating your ability to connect with other spaces. That means you are the God in your own life. Like that's it. You are the God in your own life. The moment you feel like you're not the God in your own life, you're using your ability to be God to create someone else's idea of what you should do. So you're like, like the only way you could feel like you weren't creative after you created yourself is to have someone else consume your attention. So your attention, wherever your attention is going, that's always going to create your life. This is why you can change your day by immediately paying attention to different thoughts, right? If you're having negative thoughts, you're going to have a depressing day. But if you decide to change your awareness from negative thoughts to positive thoughts, look at that. You're having a great day. So this is what we're talking about here. Your ability to be God in that state is your ability to be aware of the thoughts you create. So this is where every religion is made up. That's why I could be up here for days just cutting up how every religion is connected by space. But the whole point is that all of us as spaces have to build structures that can relate with one another. So without astrology, your religion's not going to matter because astrology is the actual system that allows bodies of stars to conduct business. Way before we come up with language, way before we come up with a government, way before we come up with, I'm the one true God. I created everything that I stole from indigenous peoples. What? Insane paradox. Insane. So this is why the world's suffering from climate change right now. This is why slavery has been justified by Jesus. When you see how religions love to spread slavery and they use Jesus to do it, you wonder why. This is why. The point of Jesus is to die for your sins. But the people who taught you that you're of sin, that basically means that they already feel like they're of sin. The only way someone could teach you that you have sins that you need to be forgiven for is if this person also feels like that. So now I would have to agree that I have sins, that I've done evil things in the past if I feel like I need to be saved by your idea of life. So this is, again, the spiritual warfare, where now that I'm aware that I haven't done evil things in the past, now I know that whoever's trying to convince me that I'm evil is actually super evil. And now if we look at the objective history of Christianity and how it has manifested its Masonic matrix throughout all of North, South, and Central America, we're going to see a lot of evil shit. We're going to see Jesus justify a lot of genocide. Not just in these continents either. This one time at band camp. Never mind. What? Friendly reminder, stay hydrated. You're right. Hit it with that limeade. Long time no see. I haven't been here in months. Do you know Masons? Do I know Masons? Sadly, I'm literally the space that taught Masons. So this is manifested in my life as Chase as knowing Masons. Hermes, my past life, taught Masons Hermeticism. Zarathustra, my past life, taught Masons Zoroastrianism. So when you go on the internet and you look up Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism, when you go look up Metatron, when you look up Mercury, when you see the Caduceus, okay, none of those ideas are really going to make sense if they're not connected by me as Chase, because I'm the actual individual that created them. We're in a world where Masons have stolen everything from Hermes, everything from Tahuti, everything from Zarathustra, everything from Odin, everything from all these messengers of Mercury. That's why when you look at Marvel, or you look at the Holy Bible, you're going to see a lot of messengers of Mercury. And you're going to see how Masons are using all these messengers to make money, because behind closed doors, they're literally just weaponizing astrology against you. So the spirits that built astrology are the spirits that they worship, but they want you to worship Jesus because they created Jesus to justify the sins of everything they have to do to make their matrix a reality. So that's the subconscious programming. This is why you, as an actual child of God, should not agree to support the genocide or cannibalism of other children of God. Sadly, somehow, this is how Masons have made their religion real. This is how Masons have made their matrix real. This is how these religions have spread to manifest the New World Order, objectively, by justifying genocide and weaponizing Hermeticism, weaponizing Zoroastrianism against the very indigenous peoples that they are stealing all these ideas from. So, yes, I know Masons. They're ugly, objectively. And here's a little thing about Masons, by the way. I, as Chase Clarence Calloway, I'm born in May 16th. May sun. So I'm a son of May. And the fact is, Masons themselves want to be Mercury. That's why we have the metaverse. See that? See all this? Like, look, all this makes infinite sense. Welcome to Mercury. Woohoo. So the whole reason that Facebook has rebranded itself Metaverse is that they want to be Mercury. They want to do what Mercury does, which is, as Hermes Trismegistus, use the caduceus to show you how you as a space build the structure that you're using to conduct business with spaces outside of yourself. This is why the medical industry now steals my creation and uses it to mess up your body, to inject you with poisons, to teach you that you can't heal yourself. You need them to heal you. And them healing you is them actually causing health problems inside of your body. Because the only way they can make money is to keep you sick. I'm forced to see all these things, and I'm forced to be up here talking about it because I can't run away from who I am. So this is me as an individual. I can't play, I can't fake, I can't pretend this, because this is literally the space that I'm coming from. And my structure doesn't matter without my perspective. So this is true for all of you. This is true for every individual. So this is why the Masons literally name themselves Masons, because they want to be the son of May. They want to be the Taurus then. This is where it's astrological. So I, as Chase Clarence Calloway, as a son of May, am a Taurus. And this is me as Zarathustra, just representing how I build the system that all spirits are standing on. And this is basically the closest thing you're going to get to there being one God. Like, you're never going to have one God controlling everyone outside of yourself, or else you wouldn't see that God. That God's alone in its imagination. So think about you. You're that one God. When you're dreaming alone in your space and you have 100 people and you're using all of them to talk to yourself, cool. You're one God talking to yourself. The moment you step out of your space and build a structure like this, it's obvious that we're all gods talking to each other. It's obvious. It's very obvious that we're all co-creating this circumstance so we can continue to learn about who we are and where we came from and what we want to do and what we want to manifest. Oh, America, manifest your destiny. This is how Masons have manifested their destiny, by stealing my shit. So this is why they're obsessed with the Taurus. They are obsessed with building a literal toroid, which in their case is their matrix. They want to build a structure that can stabilize their desire to cannibalize indigenous peoples. That's why then when you look at the Illuminati, and literally right here, they teach you to eat the body of Christ and drink the blood of Christ for salvation. Witchcraft. Witchcraft. I would like you to think about how deep that is. I want you to actually think about how deep it is that Masons believe that consuming the body of Christ and consuming the blood of Christ will give them salvation. It will heal them of the evil things that they've done up to that point. Think about how twisted that is. Think about how twisted that is. Deep understanding. Absolutely. I'm in the process of becoming a Mason. Hey, do your thing. Look, just know that you might be having to eat some children of God. All right. They want you to do rituals. You're going to have to do the rituals. That's the whole point. All right. This is the religion. They literally teach you that you gain salvation by cannibalizing indigenous individuals. That's what the whole history of America is. I mean, shit, that's even in multiple shows now. You could go watch the show Dave by Little Dicky. He talks about it. Atlanta by Donald Glover. He talks about it. How Masons cannibalize people, and they built this whole matrix, this whole system to do it, to stabilize their desire to eat individuals. This is why their religion literally teaches you that eating Jesus gives you salvation, when you could literally just fast like Jesus. Because now I'm here as Mercury, the man that they stole Jesus from, letting you know maybe you should try fasting instead of eating more things out in the world. Maybe if you actually fasted to connect with God, you would know who you were before you could even get manipulated by a language. Because that's really what we're talking about here, is our minds being manipulated by this language. Most people's minds are heavily manipulated by the language that they're speaking. And that's really the point of language. So this is why it's so important when you're an actual infinite individual to look at the language that you're speaking and analyze the history of that too. It's generally going to be attached to the religion. So, important things to think about. Kundalini, happy to see you. You can chime in, Kundalini, because I know you have stories you would like to share. I'm looking for a better word than stories. Revelations, there we go. You have revelations you would like to share about your awakening. So, if you're trying to phone in, let us know. OMG, astrology had nothing to do with spirits. Astrology had nothing with spirits. You're silly. Spirits build astrology. Astrology is literally how bodies of water or just structures in general correlate to other structures. And a spirit doesn't exist until it creates a structure to connect with another spirit. So spirits use astrology to conduct business, first and foremost, actually. Like, this is nature at that point. It's just your mind isn't viewing astrology in the right way then. So you're saying Jesus was made up. Jesus was invented by Masons who read all of Zoroaster's teachings. So you can literally go online, go look up Jesus and the history of Jesus. And if you go deep into the rabbit hole enough, which you don't even have to go super deep, you're going to see that Jesus was an invention from people who read the teachings of Zarathustra. They objectively say it. The same people who made up Superman, really, the same system. So think about Jesus and Superman are basically the same energy. And they were both made up by Masons who studied Zoroastrianism. So let's just look at Jesus and objectively see this. Where are his teachings and where are his structures? Because Zoroaster has all of his teachings. He has Zoroastrianism. Hermes has his teachings. He has Hermeticism. Yet Jesus, he seems to be a person that was born specifically to be documented and then sacrificed by the government that is now teaching you to worship him. Outside of those stories, there's nothing to show for him in the world. And like, there's nothing. Like, he doesn't have books. He doesn't have civilizations. He doesn't have actual societies. All of the ideas of what Jesus is were literally stolen from the people that Masons actually worship behind closed doors. And it's not hard to see it just on Google. If you were part of the Illuminati, you would know. You know, like, if you were here in LA, in Hollywood, I've been living in LA for like over a year now. Shit's weird. You would know. The whole point of Jesus is that the Masons gave you a superhero that they want you to worship because they want you to sacrifice yourself to the same structure he sacrificed himself to. So now, once everyone believes that they need to do what Jesus did, but they don't have to do what Jesus did, instead of actually fasting to connect to God themselves and realize that they're an individual regardless of Jesus, they instead feel like they need to follow Jesus and also sacrifice himself to the government, which is how Masons have manifested this matrix so far. This is how they've used money to manipulate the minds of men and steal the land of indigenous peoples. Because we know for a fact that you can't buy land from people who don't want to sell it to you. If I, as an indigenous man, have my whole own continent and you as a Mason come over here and you're like, hey, I have a number on my banking system and you can have a certain amount of my number if you give me all your land. I don't give a fuck about your number. I already have land. So the whole point of money was to steal land, first and foremost. That's why Masons made up money, so that they could steal the land of indigenous individuals. This is how North, South, and Central America, and really almost every country on earth right now, have been created by banking systems stealing land with made up numbers that they stole from Metatron. So I could teach you way more about numbers than Masons could, yet Masons have you working way more for numbers than I do as Mercury. I, as Mercury, want you to work for yourself. Masons want you to work for them. So I, as Mercury, freely give out information that is going to make you a superhero if you use it to connect with yourself. Masons steal my information, twist it into Marvel, and then use it to teach you that you're not a superhero and that you need to serve them and sacrifice yourself to their structure so they can keep spreading genocide. Like, so they can keep spreading climate change, so they can go to Mars. Like, what? So they can go colonize the world, want to go interstellar. They want to go to planets that they can't even breathe on. See, they're not even smart. You as a spirit, if you were born as a human here on Earth, there's no way in your human brain you would think, let me take my human body and go try to breathe on Mars. They're aliens. They're aliens. And really, it's an alien mentality of just wanting to get everyone lost in anti-spirituality. That's why I'm up here so passionate like this. So shout out everyone who's in here, for real. Because like, this is just a start. I have to reinvent myself. Literally, this is where all my past lives, I'm building upon them with my new creation of symmetry right now. So every messenger of Mercury was one aspect of my soul. Yet that was me expressing my imagination at different points in time. So you can go on the internet and see how Hermes and Tahuti are both two aspects of one space. So spirituality, that's me letting you know that I'm that space. Hermes is one aspect of me. That's really the fire aspect of me. And then Tahuti is the other aspect of me. That's the water aspect of me. And then this is where Masons know this, by the way. This is all information that's being weaponized against you. So the sooner you get with the program, the better. Okay, like this is information that's been weaponized to cause climate change. So Hermes and Tahuti combine their energy. One space combines two aspects of itself to evolve itself into Quetzalcoatl, or Quetzalcoatl for Americans. And then that's the air aspect of Mercury. Quetzalcoatl created America. So now when you go on the internet and you look up Quetzalcoatl, you're going to see the connections of how he is actually Tahuti and how Tahuti is actually Hermes and how they've been building pyramids through Egypt and Mesoamerica. And this is the point of Mercury working with Atlantis to make nature real. So this is why I'm so naturally equipped to talk about how nature is created. Anytime you see me up here, I'm going to talk about how nature is created. And the whole reason I have to be passionate about cutting up white supremacist lies is because climate change is only happening due to Masons teaching all of us that we're not creating nature. They taught us that we consume nature. They consume nature. You create nature. I want everyone in this live stream to know that you all create nature. That's why we're able to be here right now. If you guys didn't create nature, you would not be able to experience your thoughts or your feelings. That simple. This is Mercury wisdom right here. Again, the caduceus. The medical industry is weaponizing my caduceus to fuck up your body, but they're not teaching you how you built your body. I could sit up here for hours talking to you about how your organs work and why you built your body and how this structure is meant to support your space in this way. And it's a whole functional family of transforming cells that are conducting business based on your ability to connect and communicate. And now you're able to create with all of us. Man, see, this world's so messed up. Look, it's okay. Everyone here is an infinite creator, all right? Everyone here is an infinite individual. So Masons, it's literally Mercury versus Masons. So Mercury is the creator of astrology. Masons are the consumers of astrology. Guess what consumers do once they eat what creators make? They shit. So everything in Marvel is shit. Literally the Bible shit. Literally, like Bible shit. Literally. It's right there in the language. I, as symmetry, am showing you how nothing is a coincidence. Like, I'm just having fun up here at that point. I think it's funny that the Bible literally just basically spells out Bible shit. Because it's written by Masons who ate everything from Hermeticism, everything from Zoroastrianism, and then they shit it out, Christianity and Judaism. And then that's what they want you to eat. So which one is going to make you feel better? The people who teach you that you're not good enough alone, or the person who teaches you that you're infinitely awesome alone? The only reason you would feel like you're not good enough is because you chose to be a human right now. And you got too lost in the human experience. And you got too programmed by Masons out here. You got too programmed by TV and stories and a bunch of negative religions that are teaching you that you need to work your way into heaven. Hermes is only ever going to teach you that you build heaven alone in your space. There is no fucking possible way that I, as Hermes, would manifest into a reality and be like, hey guys, you need to work your way somewhere else. That's not intelligent. That's not even how circles work. If I know that all of you are individuals expressing your individuality, how stupid would I be to tell you that you need to go somewhere outside of your space? That's not psychedelic. I would not be psychedelic symmetry to tell you to go somewhere. This life has been so trippy. Oh my God. Let me hit this. I haven't been up here in a while. So I just want to make it simple for all of us, because this is important for us going forward and making sure that we're consistently hitting our superhero selves, because that's what it comes down to. This whole superhero culture that we're in right now, this is the new religion, right? Think about how much money superhero culture makes. Masons stole all their ideas of superheroes from Mercury. So this is, again, like everything I'm talking about up here, you can be like, oh, I don't know if this is really true. Masons already know this is true and they're weaponizing it against you. So again, get with the program. All right. But I understand it takes time for everyone to get with the program. That's why, you know, balance shit. Balance forever. Okay. But let's see. Yeah. Because I know I'm about to be getting like a lot of random people in here. So like, I'm sure people are going to tell me like, Jesus is the only way. You need Jesus. You need this thought form. You're not good enough alone. I'm probably going to get those people. Oh, here we go. Cool. Jesus is the only way. Repent now. Repent for what? See, like you're projecting onto me that I'm not good enough alone and like I did bad shit when I literally make astrology possible as Mercury. So this is ultimate spiritual warfare. Like I literally have to love myself to see that you just hate yourself. And the only way that you can love me is to tell me that I can't possibly love myself. Now I know that misery is company. Misery needs company. Be happy alone. Welcome to Hermeticism. Fuck. It's not that hard. Every hater up here is going to just make me greater because they will prove my point. That's why I'm not really trying to block people. That's why I like the open communication. Like, just speak your piece. I'm going to reply to it in time. I get into a flow, okay? Because the whole point is I'm building a structure here. All right. It's not about actually just reacting to demons that don't know who they are. So the people who can actually listen, the people who can actually resonate, you're here, it's cool. Demons come and go. That's just more wisdom of life. You know, like think about all the relationships you have in your life and how most of them come and go. But then the ones that you actually resonate with and are real, they stay because that's how water turns into earth. Water is always moving. People's emotions always fucking, ooh. But what actually matters stabilizes. Again, Masons won't even teach you that earth comes out of water. Mercury has to teach you that earth comes out of water. Because Masons want you lost. Masons want you to think. I was taught this growing up as Chase in Masonic school. I went to school. I was taught growing up that we are on a dead rock out in the middle of space. We are once water landed. Now we had life. What was the rock then? So not, because that's smart. So Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven. Thank you. I was in heaven before I was born, and Jesus was not there. Jesus was not there. With all my family culture made. I separated my mind from my body, and I died temporarily. Body and get all my. Guess who wasn't there? Jesus. Talking about Jesus was on it. Be like, oh, yesterday. That they already know this justified genocide. Everything that Jesus said justified. Anything Jesus ever said, it was him listening to Mercury. And really, again, a Mason listening to Mercury and making up an idea that would justify genocide. Because the whole point is you are the true son of God, but they need to trap your idea of this. This is why Christianity has this fucking contradiction of teaching you, oh, everyone's a child of God, but Jesus is the only child of God. Which one? You can't have both. See, they have to steal Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism keeps it simple. You're a child of God. Why? Because you are the God that created your own consciousness. I could go deeper into this. I will real quick. Your ego is your man. Your soul is your woman. Your mind is your child. You, as a spirit, as a space, are experiencing your imagination as your mind. But your mind doesn't matter without a body. Now we have avatar life, stolen from Hermeticism. Fire, water, air, earth. That builds your blood. This is a transformation. This is all Tahuti, Metatron, numbers, all right? 1, fire, 2, water, 3, air, 4, earth, 5, metal, 6, flesh. Once you are in the flesh, you are happy having sex. And this is what we're doing right now. So I, as a space, can literally observe a bunch of ideas that you can't see. That's my fire. That's my God. That's my imagination. That's my man energy. My building a structure. How do I then see? So this is where we get the vibration versus the frequency. So my man is my frequency. What does my space frequently see? I'm always going to see the imagination that I'm projecting out. I don't have sins because I only do dope shit. I can't do dope. Convince. I need to know like to go to heaven. I make heaven real. Fuck. So most of them. So when you're seeing your frequency, when you're seeing your imagination, your frequency, you're good about your man. So that's to make your man real. So now we see why your mind right now is energy vibrating at a certain frequency. Okay, like right there, that's what comes out of God scientifically. I just have to do it in English now because I have to be back here and shit. That's what it means to be a child of God. So your man is your frequency, your woman is your vibration, your child is your energy, your body, your demon is your matter, right? So everyone who's demonic, that's just because what matters to them is a bunch of earth. So their mind is clinging to earth that they don't even understand. That's why I can be up here cutting demons up all day, because they don't even understand the words that they're saying. They don't understand the words that they're clinging onto. I, as Metatron, naturally understand how languages work just based on my awareness of numbers. So this is where we get Dissect the Dialect. You can go check out chaserjeans.com, all right? Link in my bio. All that information is free. You can go see in Dissect the Dialect, we have the whole breakdown of how English is this matrix meant to manifest basically the Masonic imagination. But the whole point of all the letters and everything is that it's a code. And once you can see what each letter means, how each letter correlates to a certain element and a certain number, a certain emotional vibration, now you can see how that energy actually matters into the material. Now you can see why we actually have to use certain letters to spell words. We can't just use any random letters to spell any word. We have some sort of structure to how we put things together consistently so that we can all express our individuality together type shit. So your ability to connect with your imagination is your woman, because that's your soul. So this is now where once you connect with your imagination, that's a mind. So right now, I'm telling you like how you make your mind every day. Like this is you creating your mind every single day. I wish they taught you this about emotional health, right? I went to school my whole life. I was never taught about emotional health. How come Masons weren't teaching me about emotional health? We're very emotional people. Humans are emotional beings. How come we're constantly taught about everything except our emotions? Right, because they want us to go to war. Duh. So, whatever. The point is so much. And I was supposed to be replying to comments. But when you know that you as a space are able to observe your body, right? The only reason you have a body that you can observe is because you are frequently vibrating to create energy that matters. So this is why how you feel about your thoughts is essential, right? Just think about this. If I didn't feel good about being up here doing a live stream, I wouldn't be doing it. And if I wasn't up here doing a live stream, we wouldn't have 64 people in here now hanging out, listening to everything I'm saying. So all of your lives are now changed because I made up my mind. See that? So I literally had to vibrate at a certain frequency to create the energy that materialized through my body. And now I can transform my reality into a new creation. I just, again, took us through 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then really 7, 8, 9 is 7, me being consciously aware of how I'm using my body to transform, which is the creation that we're having right now. 8 would be the fact that we're all connected and we're all expanding the universe by being consciously aware of how we're all transforming our bodies right now. And then 9 would be all of us realizing internally who we truly are based on who we're connecting with. So I hope that as you're hanging out in this live stream, you're sort of using your pupils, your black 9-dimensional energy to absorb this light and realize who you are just a little bit, because that's what you're doing your whole life. That's the point of you being alive. So this is why I make the analogy. You can go through 100 different religions and all these religions can say that they're the one true God. But once you sit back and realize that you just learned about how 100 individuals were all the one true God, you would have to be faced with the fact that you are also the one true God. And really, you are the one true God that makes all one true gods outside of yourself matter. So it takes you connecting with an individual outside of yourself to even be able to create this circumstance where they matter in your life. This is why everything's a two-way street. Life is about communication. And anyone who's claiming that you were created by someone you did not meet is a colonizer. That's what I'm going to war against. Because that's what these Masonic religions are constantly doing. They're constantly teaching you that you did not create yourself. If you didn't create yourself, then how are you able to think and feel? What's the point of making art? Like, that's horrible to think that every art piece you ever make is owned by someone you've never met because you don't believe that you're actually the one making yourself real. That's just a sad existence. Like, that's a sad existence. And most people are trapped in that right now. And that's why people are up here saying Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven. When again, I was just in heaven yesterday. I separated my mind from my body so that I could go back to my space. Look, before I'm a body, I'm already in my space. I have to create a mind that chooses to build a body in this atmosphere to even feel like I'm not in heaven anymore. So this is hell right here. This is fuck. This life has been hell. What? This is the most hell you're going to get here, right here. And if you're scared of going to hell when you die, guess where you're coming back to? And you're going to come back here with a lower vibration than before. So it's just going to be harder for you. Harder. The lower your vibration becomes, that's Earth, right? Boom. This is why life gets harder when your vibration's lower. Again, please fast for yourself. Mercury tells you to fast. Masons tell you to eat fast food. Fuck them. God damn. Thought is essential. So intense. Gotta be. Vampires. Cannibalism. Look, it's their religion. The fact that they teach us to eat Christ to gain salvation, they're obviously saying that they engage in cannibalism because they feel like that gives them power. This is now where we can historically, from my reading, that you into a new where blackface after eating their slave. 7, 8 is the whole start of the music industry in America is blackface. And the only reason that Americans felt like they could say who black people were is behind closed doors. Guess what America's slogan is? You are what you eat. Wow, look at that. It's forming our bodies, right? When these Europeans eat indigenous people, they can paint their faces and say that they're black. They can paint their pieces. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. The concept being Jesus was magic. Well, yes, Jesus was magic, but guess who Jesus was based off of? Zoroaster. And guess what Zoroaster is known for? Actually doing magic. Like, Zoroaster is known for practicing huge spells because Zoroaster and Odin are the same space. So when you're talking about Jesus, Jesus is nothing compared to Zoroaster and Odin as one space. So the whole point is Jesus is an idea, a Masonic idea that's meant to capture your idea of what a superhero is. So now whoever's teaching you about Jesus is going to use Jesus to teach you that you need to be saved. But why do you need to be saved? That in and of itself is Masonic witchcraft. And that's where it's black evil magic. Even that is Masonic words. I have to say black and evil. It's evil magic, or it's twisted subconscious magic, which is still black. So it's energies, whatever. The point is Jesus represents your individuality. And that means you as an individual are magic. Guess what? Jesus did not create astrology. Zarathustra created astrology. Jesus did not build the pyramids. Jesus did not create Zoroastrianism. Jesus did not write any emerald tablets. Hate to tell you. Guess who did that though? Mercury. Guess whose creations are way older than Jesus? Mercury. Way older. Way older. See, like, so this is where I understand that when people come up here talking about religion and stuff too, about Jesus, their scope of time is not mine. So it's just, again, this is why I'm up here talking like this. I'm choosing to give you the opportunity to go onto Google. You can go do all the more research you want. You can go verify that what I'm saying is infinitely legit. And not only legit, I'm making what's not making sense make way more sense. And we're going to go harder at that. Again, have a whole website. That's why we have the Caduceus up here flying. So the point is, Jesus is you, okay? Jesus is the representation of your individuality. But I, as Zoroaster, explain this way better, okay? I'm teaching you that you created yourself as a child of God. And you can go to my website if you want to learn how your ego is your father and your soul is your mother. And your ego gives it real nice and good to your soul. Your fire projects nice and hard into your water so you can create an atmosphere that actually allows you to experience Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you connect to the bodies inside that atmosphere, you transform. Now you make blood. This is you actually now getting to have sex. Boom, 5, 6, 7. You're consciously aware. This consciousness separates you from all other forms of consciousness. So literally me just speaking right now, I'm doing what I'm talking about in a bunch of micro ways to use my words to separate my consciousness from everyone else in existence. No one's speaking like I am right now. And no one's about to take credit for what I'm saying right now, because this is coming from my internal space, me as an individual. So this is the wisdom for everybody. This is basic spirituality. Your space. You can't run away from your space because you are experiencing your own space. Whoever's trying to teach you that you can run away from your own space to be happy is trying to trap you in the Matrix. And that's why they're trying to make money teaching you the Matrix. And now they just made a 4th Matrix movie. And that Matrix movie was them trying to make meta jokes about how they were inevitable about how to try to make money by doing a cash grab and just going unoriginality or whatever. And they just feel like if they refer to how greedy they are, then it's okay to be greedy and everyone will still eat it up. And so is paint their things. So them they feel like humans are stupid. I don't feel like humans are stupid. The problem, the big problem is that I already shared all this information that Mason stole. So now people feel like information Mason stole. Masons has specific actually doing magic masses. Right here, you're not dumbed down. Like you've been set out down because you can't actually perceive that you created yourself. Because that's all this is about. I'm just like, you know, you create yourself every day. You can't feel me, and it's never gonna end. That's why I, as merging superhero, myself as symmetry. So teaching you about, but as myself as gonna end, I'm going to be able to express way more of my imagination than if I was some demon, some other demon who's up here on TikTok trying to claim that they're Hermes, or claim that they're Tahuti, or claim that they're Odin, or claim that they're any one of my past lives without actually being able to connect it to my fucking structure of Mercury and actually be able to show it in all of these online courses that I have and all this education and organic wisdom. Because really it's about natural organic wisdom. It's really easy for a demon to cling onto earth and say, I'm this thing. Really, that's just their ego trying to relate with the world. And because they don't feel like making up their own idea, they feel like consuming someone else's idea is going to let them appear bigger than they feel when they're alone, which is what Masons are doing with Mercury's ideas. This is why every Christian and Jew in existence can go look up online and see that their religion worships Metatron as the voice of God. They don't act like it in person because they've been brainwashed by Masons or whatever, but the main Masons behind closed doors know what's up with Metatron. They know that Metatron has many forms. They're aware of the Metatron star. It gets really esoteric. It gets too esoteric for TikTok. I don't even need to get like that esoteric, but they know what's up. The whole point is they stole all this information from the Library of Alexandria and they turned it into the Bible and Marvel so that they can dumb down humans and basically get everyone trapped in their entertainment system and really their metaverse. So notice how they stole this from Metatron. They had to make the metaverse. They don't even have better words, because their whole point is that they have to consume what was already created to ride off of that frequency. So they can't make up their own thing or else they would have nothing. It's pretty weird. It's kind of sad. It's a paradox for sure. The Son does every miracle of Jesus. That's cool. Jesus is God's Son, the light of the world, the risen Savior. Very fun. Your devil, the Father, was with you. Yeah, see, like, how demonic do you have to be to tell me that my father is the devil when I'm literally up here the games. So you're just actually like a full demon, which I guess, man, I gotta start blocking people, I suppose. I was told I'm supposed to, because it's like, why have people watching in that state? Gah. I mean, the point is people are supposed to have the opportunity to learn, but then it's like, if you're about to be a colonizer who comes into indigenous land, especially as a white person, telling me, and especially so rationalize, especially as my genocide, that's so evil. That is all the evil, all the spiritual warfare I'm talking about. This is my interest. It's evil, all the protect yourself out here. God damn. Experiencing Jesus did not justify it. Jesus taught the way humans wreck. It is deeper. The only reason that Jesus let himself get sacrificed to the government is because he was putting himself just to the government. So that that's one individual idea sacrificing himself to the government so that he can teach you himself to the government or whatever that teaches you to do the same. And now no one cares about how Jesus has been unified because how Jesus has how he's the true Son of God, when all of his ideas were historically stolen from Hermes, Tahuti, and Zoroaster. Historically, you can just look it up and see it. So, whatever. No, Jesus was God. So imagine if himself he sent to earth to try to teach his children Jesus is God. And the whole point is Jesus is supposed to be teaching you that you are God. And then the main point is the space of Mercury, Zoroaster, Ahura Mazda, Metatron, set up astrology so that you can learn about your actual personality. That's the point of learning about your astrological chart, learning about how all of your planets correlate to your soul. Because the point is that the time and space you were born in was not a coincidence. You intentionally manifested into this body of water that we call the universe, and thus built a body that correlated itself to all these other bodies at a specific time and place so you can learn about yourself. And that's the whole point of astrology. So that's the point of you knowing that you're God and that nothing is a coincidence. Hilarious. You don't make no sense. I kind of feel like that's what Jesus taught, that we could all be as he was, like Buddha. The whole point is Jesus is way younger than the actual individuals that Mason stole their ideas from. So, yeah, he teaches you that you can be way greater, which is why I fasted 24 days and even got up to this point. I've been fasting for like 4 years up to this point. I just fasted 19 days last year, no food. Like, this is my transformation journey of actually walking the walk of Jesus. So everyone who comes at me trying to tell me that I'm of the devil and trying to tell me that I'm satanic and that what I'm saying doesn't make sense, they haven't even fasted 3 days, let alone 5, let alone 10, let alone 20. So it's just demons. Like, I get that, like, most people up here are talking out of their fucking ass. and they haven't even fasted to have a clean colon for their ass to be at least a little aromatic, at least a little pleasant to smell. Can you please say that again, please? Everyone is a child of Satan. Oh, that's hilarious. And why we need a savior to be born again. Ew, that's disgusting. Yeah, see, where are we going with that? We need to block. Yeah. Sorry, my spirit family is kind of like, you gotta start cutting it out a little more. Cause that's not it. Captain Planet. You put a dead seed in the shroud for 3 days and watch it rise again. Absolutely. The sun kills leprosy. The sun kills a lot of things. The sun kills a lot of things. Are these just things you came up with, or do you have a resource? See, whatever your resource is, it's me. The point is, Mercury is a space that governments get their information from. This whole Illuminati, this whole Freemasonic New World Order that when the libraries that all of these messengers created throughout Earth. So that all of these, that's the point of the New World Order, stealing everything and then getting you lost in all this stuff. People like stealing everything. So about your own space means you don't even have the spiritual, real like equilibrium, means you know to see the balance for yourself, basically. So that's just more the balance for yourself. Lost in balance for your logic, because balance for your soul and kept logic, all the wisdom of everything that I'm talking about for themselves. So you're not going to be able to go out and find of what I'm talking about in terms of artifacting about and sectioned it off. Think about it, especially in the world side world that you as a civilian allowed to walk to, because you're not part of the higher ups in the New World Order. It's that simple. It's that simple. I'm their resource. That's the point. Indigenous individuals are the resource that these white supremacist Masons need to steal everything from. And this is how they do it. Everything I'm talking about up here. Now, don't worry. This live stream is about to be uploaded on my YouTube. So it's not about to just be gone forever or whatever. I've lost a few live streams, it's sad. God says Jesus is me, Jesus is God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's right. I'm aware of the Bible. Again, the Bible is literally stolen from my past lives. So we are all source experiencing being human. So you are a space experiencing being a structure. And that structure is what you classify as a human because your mind has been conditioned to communicate in the terms that we're talking about right now, which is us talking about the human experience and us having empathy for each other and everything. That is what you are. But you are not going to tell me that you and I are the same when you and I don't feel the same or think the same. And again, when I go to my space and I'm alone with myself, I don't see any of you. So you can't tell me that I'm a part of a source that has nothing to do with me. And when I'm the space that makes astrology real, then no, definitely not. Like, we're not one source. I, as one individual, have to specifically work with other individuals to make a business matter. That's how trees grow. That's, again, the cells in your body. The cells in your body are individuals working together. So when you believe that all individuals are from one source, that's literally you being in a Christian idea of we're all created by one man talking to himself. So you're just saying that life is just one big jerk-off fest of one dude using all of us to fight himself. And that itself is Masonic witchcraft that you've been wrapped up in, based on the Bible and Marvel and the English language, really. Not one historian that isn't from the Bible had any record of Jesus. See? And literally, we can go look, like literally though, like for real, it's pretty gnarly. And it's so funny, like it's so funny. Not one historian that is not from the Bible had any record of Jesus. It's so wild. I grew up as a Christian, guys. So just understand that I'm coming from a space of full empathy for Christians. I was deep in that life for 20 something years before I gained my ability to separate my mind from my body and consistently die and transform from my structure to go back home so I can know who I am again and bring my knowledge back here. Because this is just all whatever, my awakening journey. I have those memories. So like that, I'm building on that shit. Absolute. It's wild that I grew up with a mom that had me worship Jesus, yet somehow I manifested the perfect mom that now, because she's able to look at facts so well, and she cares way more about history than an agenda. She cares way more about the long-term truth than the short-term lie. She's now also in the camp of, oh yeah, Jesus is made up. And it's wild to me. Like, it's wild the change that people can go through. Okay, so I'm not losing faith in anyone. Okay, like, I'm not up here shitting on any of you. The point is, I'm offering you the opportunity to change. You can go, link in my bio, join my website. I have so much information for free. Okay, so everything I'm sharing here was stolen from me by the US government so that they could steal everything from indigenous individuals. And this is how they manifested the matrix that now is using money to make you work for Masons. And they're horrible people. You should be working for yourself. I, as Mercury, want you to work for yourself. When I, as Metatron, build a metaverse, that's astrology, you working for yourself. That's nature, you working for yourself. Think about how your body is you working for yourself. That's beautiful. That's great. Your caduceus represents your spine, your ability to conduct chi through all these cells. That's you working for yourself. That's beautiful. Man, work for yourself. But of course, hey, this is the spiritual warfare balance between good and evil. A lot of people don't feel like they should work for themselves. So if you don't feel like you should work for yourself, then that's fine. Yeah, there are Masons out in the environment who have something where they're going to teach you should work for them. And that's the option that most people have picked. It's funny though, because we've been in a time with this whole pandemic where people's structure has been transformed. Now you're forced to get injected, even though these people are teaching you that you should worship the idea of someone fasting to connect to God, teaching you that your health is about getting injected endlessly, not just one, not just two, endless. You need to get more shot. America built just by people getting shot. So you got to get people that they say. And now start and have to wait and pick up a little bit. That's probably why some of you are in here. Just up because they're going so hard on the evil side. It's forcing other people to connect. Wake up, because to take responsibility for my power. I've been giving power away to evil motherfuckers. Yes. Americans, the whole at this point have been giving. They do it. Don't worry. This forever. If you feel like you are, you might be. You know, not everyone can claim that. We can't say we all are. That's truly a personal journey. But as far as it representing, I mean, us being the spirits that make stars real, like, yeah, we're all from star systems, but I mean, not everyone could be Anunnaki, you know, be from other places. You are so on point. Hey, appreciate it. No, you must, born again of water, come out speaking a new language. What? I mean, that's what people do naturally. Like, I kind of get what you're saying there. I think. I think. God made the stars and the earth, everything. Everything you are saying was made by God himself. Right, but your idea of God is limited by how you've been able to view life up to this point. So you don't even fully understand the scope of the universe or stars. You're just saying basically that your imagination made everything. But you're trying to say that it's not your imagination, it's someone's imagination outside of yourself. But understand that it's not one person's imagination. So you can't be here saying one God made the stars and the earth and everything, when all these stars and all these bodies are totally different gods creating themselves and communicating with each other. And you're just not in that conversation. So you're just in a lower vibration, like, wow, all those gods, all those different planets, all those different star systems are one man masturbating with himself. You're just like, what is that? What is that? You don't need to be in that low vibration down here. You can fast, you can raise your vibration, you can be in your Merkaba, you can be flying, and you can actually be on a wavelength where you know you are God talking to other gods. And no, all of existence is not one man using all of us to jerk off unbeknownst to us. Bro, people are so funny. People are so funny. But I understand, again, this is Masonic programming. People are literally lost in thinking that we are all being controlled by one individual. And that's purely the programming of the desire of the people that have us working for money right now. Because the Masons that made up money by stealing numbers from Medici want all of stealing numbers of one individual. That's why they want you to be plugged into the matrix. So understand it's that's why of one individual to believe that we are back here all of one individual. That's Masons trying to drill in that you need to be connected to them, where where you now siphoned into a matrix that harnesses your energy to their desires, and their desire of their desires. That's all I look at right now. That's why they've been causing climate change since the advent of the Industrial Revolution. And so, all this information, also got some more info. That was amazing. People can go here. Okay, so people can go. We're out here. The point, I'm off of the gods. I'm not one. The gods came from another planet. A god is simply a spirit imagining itself. So you as a spirit, when you are alone in your imagination, that's you as God. So that's proof that you exist. Everyone, the fact that you can all be alone in your imaginations means that you are all individual gods. The fact is, though, no one can see your imaginations until you communicate. So this is where you have to actually feel like with your soul, with your individual universe, connecting with your idea of God. And this is where you would actually choose to create a mind, to create an air that actually expresses your light to other gods. This is what we're all doing right now. So now this is why your mind is always expressing how you feel about what you think. That's your woman being married, getting fucked by your man. How do you feel about what you think? So that's always your universe supporting your idea of God. So now when you externalize that, that's just you being narcissistic while at the same time not being confident enough to be narcissistic in yourself. So you want to say that someone else created everything and none of us created ourselves. And that's like what seemingly like most spirituality on the internet is now. And it's really ugly. It's really fucking ugly. This is this is the rationalization of how indigenous peoples have been murdered up to this point, and how Jesus has justified genocide. All of this idea that we are all expressions of one individual talking to himself. Because now whoever believes that can now use this justification to say, oh, well, because I'm closer to God, I can kill this other individual because God told me to do it. No, you don't deserve to go out of your land and consume other people and lie about it. That's all these Masons have done with their religion. Historically. Right, just like we're expected to focus and concentrate, but never taught how. Right, literally. And especially our lifestyles aren't even conducive for focusing or concentrating, are they? Like we're literally taught to sit all day and crouch and look down and fuck up our spines and eat a bunch of garbage. We don't even get to drink clean water, a lot of us. Most of us, really. They like specifically attack our energy while putting pressure on us to overthink harder. And it's seemingly just so that they can create stress inside of ourselves and make us fearful, because that's how they make money off of us. That's really why they call us sheep, by the way. That's why they view all of us as sheep. The Masons view all the people, all their populations as sheep, because they specifically put you in a state of being fearful, being scared, and really being ignorant and being dumb of a larger agenda. And then you're just like focusing on how to gain stability and structure and going with the crowd and being safe with everyone. So then it's like they get to just do crowd control constantly because it's, I mean, just a human psychology game at that point. They want to control our emotions exactly the wave I'm on. That's right. That's right. And that's what money's been doing, right? Think about how everyone's emotions have been controlled by money, all the way down to slavery, historically. Like, we can go infinitely deep with this. I don't need to be up here for years, okay? But we can clearly see all the way down to slavery, Masons have made up money by stealing numbers from Metatron so that they get emotions. And they had to manipulate white people's emotions, support genocide of black people. And they used religion to do this. They use these religions to do this. Racism is inextricably linked to these their Masons, to the Masonic idea of purity and impurity. And they teach in their religions that white means black, your imagination. So this is very, very subconscious, right? Like, they don't teach the subconscious, right? So this is very which ones because again, outside, again, I have this on my website. This on my and what each color means. So they know what it means. So when they're naming you white and black and they're making people not identify as their colors, they know how these colors play out based on Hermes's natural wisdom. Natural wisdom. So white naturally plays out as separating itself and constantly projecting out ideas. Black naturally plays out as connecting and making ideas real. So black is submissive and white is dominant because white correlates more to fire and black correlates more to water. So when Masons are using English and these religions to colonize indigenous lands, they use these terms white and black to teach everyone that whoever identifies as white gets to project out whatever ideas they want. AKA, they can enslave whoever they want. They can murder whoever they want. They can steal from whoever they want. Black people, everyone who is black, no coincidence, everyone who is black is going to lose their land. They're going to lose their bodies. They're going to lose their structure. They're going to lose their privacy. They're going to lose their homes. They're going to lose their families. They're going to lose everything because white people need them to support their imagination. This is, again, white being fire and black being water. So this is how Hermetic spirituality has been weaponized against you because you're supposed to know internally your whiteness is your ego. That's your imagination. That's you separating yourself from all other spirits. Your blackness is your soul. That's what connects you to other spirits. So now you can see how all these stars in the universe are white in a black sky. No coincidence. Welcome to nature. Bitch. Don't take bitch personally. It's just, it felt funny to say there. But literally though, like, notice I could go outside right now. It's going to be a black sky with a bunch of white stars. So that represents how stars. So that specific set of egos coming together to express together. Just like we right now as Earth are one circumstance, one just like star, just like egos, together with our souls so we can express our spaces. So our egos, so that's all of our individual ideas of God. Our soul is our water. That's the vibration connects simply all of us to each other, to our structures. And then our minds are us actually getting to communicate about how we feel about our imaginations. Us actually, all of us actually making that real right now. Right now. Right now. And right now. This is why the present moment is a gift. How beautiful. Goddamn. Communicate. I want to talk to you, Kundalini, because again, important words to say, and you're lit. But let me see. Have missed a lot of things. Gosh, all right. You're from another dimension. That's right. I'm from my space. It's true. I am from my space. Mercury and Atlantis. Look, you have to legit, by the way, because no one even knows who Hermanubis is. And it's someone else. Go look up in the Vatican of us. Masons have a statue of Hermanubis is literally the combination of Anubis and Thoth, aka Tahuti, coming together. So where fucking Anubis and Tahuti come together to make Hermanubis. How come it would be Hermanubis and not Tahutanubis? Because obviously Tahuti and Hermes are the same space. So again, boom, me. That's where Anubis, my dog, connects with, so that we can actually that can now exist. Anubis created Atlantis. Now this is where the Masons, they know this. The Masons know this. And you can actually go watch, there's a show on Netflix. If you guys want homework real quick, it's fun homework. This is fun homework. If you want homework, this is spiritual homework, guys. I'm going to give you spiritual homework. I'm going to reply to these comments. Let me know if you want this spiritual homework real quick. It's fun. If you have Netflix, you'll be able to do it tonight or tomorrow, whatever. But yeah, I'm from another dimension. I'm from my space. I'm from my own heaven. When I die, I'm going to go home and I'm going to be with my dogs and my family. And it's going to be lit. And guess what? I can go do that right now, right after this live stream. Honestly, I could go take a break and go do it for like 20 minutes and then come back and then talk to you. And that would be like if I died. But the point is, my body stayed alive because my soul, my vibration, kept my heart beating. Your heartbeat is. That's the physical manifestation of your vibration making your structure matter. If you did not have a soul to vibrate this structure into existence, you wouldn't be able to communicate. You wouldn't be able to breathe. So that's the water. Why that allows you to connect. What are your thoughts on Buddhism? Because they specifically thoughts on Buddhism. What is basically taken from Zoroastrianism. So Buddhism is cool. It's just a more lost Zoroastrianism. But it's cool. I mean, it's cool. Everyone is an infinite in the point gains to build from each other and learn right now. And it's like I'm talking about all constant with the crowd and going way harder than the governments that exist currently. Literally. Talking about been happening. Come on. Talking about making things. I'm explaining where the Bible came from. So considering the Bible is made up, I'm making all that shit make way more sense. So you can say we can clear at that period for a point that all of it is made up. Slavery, and you would just have to practice discernment and be able to understand history. That's all. I created a website to win a bet that once. Okay. I'm glad you created a website, which shows you're creative. You're artistic. He's spitting facts. Hey, thank you. Shout out you. You'll get yours, bud. That's wild. What does that mean? You're scary. You're coming all up on here. You'll get yours, bud. God damn. I'm teaching you that you're an infinite individual and you're trying to throw that shit on me. People are wild. Oh my God. All right, whatever. Exactly. Ego is the root of all evil. Hey, look at this. I'm going to say this. No, it's not. But it also is. So, it is a balance. It straight up is a balance. When you're hanging out with Mercury, when you're hanging out with symmetry, I made up symmetry way before my spirit made me aware that I'm Mercury. So when you're hanging out with symmetry, it's the same word to me. It was just whatever. Symmetry goes harder. So when you're hanging out with symmetry, we're obviously talking about balance. But the ego is your fire. So really, your ego is more good. Your ego correlates to really the more good side. Your soul is what's evil. Because your soul is the water that kills your ego. So this is where everyone wants their imagination to stay the same. When you feel comfortable in your imagination, that's an ego, right? So think about how people's egos, this is them feeling rooted in a sense of self. And they feel like they always need to have their highest sense of self validated. So now everyone can be like, oh, he's in his ego when that guy he needs his highest sense of self validated. Or, people can be like, she's in her ego when she constantly needs people to see her the highest way that she portrays herself. instead of just chilling, right? Because that's the difference. Like when you just chill, when you're just hanging out with people, you're not projecting your ego out. You built a structure already, so it's cool. You're underwater, you're in the universe. So, your ego will naturally come out in conversation. So you're not going to be perceived as egotistic, right? This is, again, I'm just talking about nature playing out. This is like just how we communicate, guys. Right? So the ego isn't evil, but we could say that the ego is perhaps the root of all evil, just simply from the fact that the soul is created from the ego. So this is where all evil comes out of good in like stories and everything. And this is, again, Zoroastrianism. The idea of you as a space basically having your own imagination. And once you have your own imagination, you want to connect your imagination with others. So all of us right now can talk about our imaginations because we felt like building bodies inside of this atmosphere. But if we all did not build bodies inside of this atmosphere, we wouldn't be able to talk about our imaginations with one another. And we wouldn't be able to use our bodies to transform our environment to express our imaginations in what we call art. So now our heart can matter externally and shit, right? That's everything. That's everything that we do all the time. So, yeah, like one could say the ego is the root of all evil because evil is good right now. This is imagination. Your idea of good now needs to be balanced by the fact that it must transform. So this is where water transforms fire. Fire is your sense of, and water transforms your sense of be able to have a real sense. If you didn't have a words to say, and this is why real balance is everything. Balance is where God lives. Mercury lives. God lives here. I'm God for myself. Saying that I created you, but you know way more about the structures than the Masonic governments that stole them from another. Way more. So crazy. Actually, money. Actually, crazy talk. It's just you. Money. It comes from where? Hilarious. Christ consciousness. Well, love the shirt. Thank you. I made it. No, it's like a filter. That we should be rooted in ego. I'm here for this. What's your problem? Vegan plus absolutely. Absolutely. I'm here for it too. I mean, more violence, evil suffering, etc. Actively. So, and people, etc. Logically rationalizing religion because it makes them feel safe. Rationalizing religion. And now we need to like point that out. Honestly, again, bringing it out every day. But just saying to like Masons, they changed the world. Just saying, everyone clinging on to religions, like it actually makes them feel better outside of their space. When if they just connected with their, if you want connected with their internal self, they wouldn't feel like supporting someone else's system. Someone else able to be hard. Let me know. So their genocide. Hard to justify genocide, to justify slavery, because that's all these religions have been doing for a very long time. You're wrong. Law. Third eye open more than anything else. Sin and silence, quiet your mind. All be revealed in that nothingness. Nothing. No thing. It's true. No thing is no thing. Nothing is no thing. And that's your space. So, right, literally, when you sit in silence, you're able to listen to your space because your space is making your structure matter. So right here, this is my shit as chaste, as symmetry. But when I express this, know that I, as Hermes, am speaking about Hermeticism. But for me to not be tied down by the past, I'm talking about it in my updated way. So you as a space are nothing. And that nothing is you knowing your thing. And you knowing your thing is you knowing that you made yourself up. Therefore, everything is made up. Now the question is, how is everything made up? This is where we get spiritual science, real spiritual science. The questions of how and why. And this is now where we get the science of how light moves, which is where we can go deep into that. But the whole point is nature clearly supports our ability to express our space. But you have to imagine your space before you can express anything. So anytime you're about to speak, you as the space have to imagine what you're saying before you feel like it. Imagine. You can't tell me that some other space that neither of us have met, your space trolling you. That's just a side. Just like there's no better words. Like it's just gonna lead us to justifying genocide. I'm making so you can not about the energy. We can clear wrong about Matrix for wrong slavery. I was just about to say that every day is creating. May Pazu keep you all safe. Cool. Go live with Odin. I'm glad. Yeah, that's hilarious. If there's anyone claiming to be Odin out here and they literally aren't even correlated to and that's someone who's not actually even creative with that energy. They're literally being demonic. They're literally just clinging onto it and trying to appear like something that again not look at your again even know how creation works. I'll teach in that way. So and symmetry. The Sumerian deluge and epics of creation. What is a day in your head of creation? Powerful and stressful, because it's a lot of just weight dealing with the history of how everything has come to be, and constantly having to create connections that no one else is aware. When you're hanging symmetry, so power. Spider-Man life for real, which Spider-Man was stolen from Mercury. Stolen like about Spider-Man, same words, and become about Spider-Man coming goes harder. What I mean. So Spider-Man actually supposed to talk to build struggle. Spider to build net concept. So Spider concept web. And then that's where we get to and really the Spider. Again though, Masons just stole it and they got everyone lost in lies about it. It's super sad. It is super sad. It makes sense to me. Absolutely. God's son, right? I'm in the sky. Are you a Mason? I'm not a Mason. I'm the space that built Mercury. So every Mason stole their mind from me as the messenger of Mercury. And there's many messengers of Mercury. So know that it's been like a whole time thing. Like they got everyone fucked up with time based on this great reset of, again, Jesus being sacrificed to the government that has reset everyone's idea of time. Like it's all connected right there. Right. How weird is it to say someone is this or that? Like how much do you hate yourself? Literally. Can't no one tell you who you are? Right. Dead zombies. How is Christianity created by Masons? You can go look that up. Like you could literally go look up the history of Christianity. I mean, if you want my version, I mean, what you're asking me, I get. Like, well, I'm just saying, like, you can go look that up and like have very satisfying answers for yourself. But if you want, yeah, from my perspective, I, as a space, created Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism. This is basic teachings of how space works, how nature is manifested, how astrology is made real, how all of us as individual spirits create a consciousness that allows us to experience life. And now we can consistently evolve and expand upon our imaginations together. All that science and all the technology and everything related with all that. Masons took it from the libraries of Alexandria and just the libraries in Egypt and Mesoamerica around the indigenous world, stole it. Again, great colonialism, crusades. That's what we literally see with Christianity and Judaism. It's an excuse to go steal indigenous wisdom that they actually want. So like their religion isn't shit. Like they know it. That's why they have to use it to go steal everything from actual indigenous individuals. And then they have to keep all this stuff for themselves. And then they talk about it in all their movies and their shows. They talk about it. They can only talk about themselves. It's just they have everyone lost. So the whole point of being able to create a religion that like steals all this information is so that they can keep this information and actually use spells and thus astrology, use all the wisdom in the Emerald Tablets to trap you in all the wisdom in the metaverse. So that's the point of really Judaism and Christianity, is to make you scared of, to make you think that going to heaven means you need to serve the government that the true son sacrificed himself to. This is all them, specifically Zoroastria's creation, because they want to weaponize astrology against you. So this is where we get the May sun. So Zoroastria's crazy sun. So because he was the Taurus that actually was the body ability of astrology. So now you can see Masons truly believe that they need to eat the body of Christ to gain salvation, because they believe that they need to eat Zarathustra. They believe they need to eat indigenous creation in salvation and build a matrix that supports their own space. And that's what they've been doing. Why you can move and see love to this. Engage in cannibalism. This they love to talk about with the elite, but also. But I mean, what people are aware? Like the dark web exists, right? I mean, the government created the internet. So who do you think is running all the shadiest, most fucked up parts of the internet? It's definitely not us. It's not normal people. Like the whole point of these governments is to spread genocide and rationalize it with made up religions that just really allow them to cannibalize, consume, and colonize the indigenous peoples that they really want to enslave. History shows this only as facts. So, I'm glitching? I might have to take a break then if I'm glitching. Do you take salt baths? I find it very powerful. I do not. Should I take salt baths? The true son of God was a little black boy who was taken by the Romans. Solar messiahs. Bath salts was a test conducted by the feds to formulate the zombie epidemic. Y'all are hilarious. Notice the sun behind Jesus' head in all the old art. Right. It represents how Jesus is a son of God. And that represents how you as a space, again, this is all wisdom stolen from Zoroastrianism, how you as a space are there of your own mind. So when you believe that you are the son of God, you believe you're a child of God, you're right. You are the child of your own space. And your space had to imagine itself before it felt like giving birth to itself. So you gave birth to yourself and you work with other individuals to do it. That's why your dad are other and that of yourself. And you worked with them to be able to create yourself, to be able to experience yourself. Jesus said, aren't ye all gods? Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. How important is it for you to believe in things that are true? Infinitely important. The truth is everything. That's the whole my whole website. That's the whole point of everything we're talking about. The truth. That's why your space historian is very important. Space. Space. That space. Other words. Genocide. Talking about Cool. I'm glad. Without the sun, without just clean you're on no one. I'm teaching asking so I'm teaching tree. Basically, aliens is literally the concept because they're so creative. Aliens. Hold up, let me make sure because I'm about off of here. Wait, no, but I do want to the rest of everything. Satan and God are all one entity, which is basically inside of nothing is outside of we are. We didn't have before. We actually is awakening into our now. You can't tell me I didn't have a soul before. You don't even know who I am to him then. Like I've literally so express your ego. So you're not understanding. So you're science there. That didn't make where you get to. You have to have to there. That's what your mind is. That's the only way you can make a body. So you can't say that we didn't have souls, but now we're awakening into our souls. Now you'd have to tell me what my soul is and how I'm awakening into it. And at that point, you would be up here teaching me about my space. So do you have heavy Mercury placements? My Mercury's in Taurus. Nugga my ego. Right, hold up. So there are a lot of questions about aliens. So I'm about to answer that soon. We would have such a fun chat, my child. Okay, bouldering bricks. Yeah, we can talk. I have the me. Masonry was a product of Judaism. So that's wrong. I mean, it's a circle. The people who created Judaism are Masons. So it's literally who stole all the information. And that's why they need to look at us as astrology to conduct business. And they have to make up all these things that get you lost in lies so that they can harness your energy through money. Just manipulate, and then make you literally just believe in a bunch of lies based on how they stole the truth from the libraries. Sad. Why they named them astrology? Sad. It's made by man. That's right. I have the memories as well. Good to see you again. Okay. How do you and expand that sign? You want to know how I fast? That's all on the website. Library. That's it. We got We're gonna talk, bro. Absolutely, we are. I've just come to find this out literally 3 weeks ago. Okay, bet. YouTube name? Symmetry. Cymatry. Symmetry. Some other time then. Yeah. As soon as you said shy, it's been glitching. No. Then they have to keep. Coincidence? Maybe it is. No. Cool shop. You know, whatever. We are right. Right. As a that can conduct energy, and thus when you use astrology, all this wisdom. This is can use all the wisdom, manipulate stardust consistently. And once you do that consistently with your mind, you build a body. This is how you built your body in your mom's womb, by using your mind to consistently communicate. And this was literally you building a structure based on a blueprint, because it's all spiritual intelligence, communication, and that's the importance of genes. So again, chase your genes. All right. So fasting connects you personally to God. And when you fast, God heals your genes from the inside out. And that's you proving to yourself that you created your body. So this is why Masons can only steal this wisdom from Mercury and then teach you that you should not fast. because Mercury would teach you to fast. So they built a whole religion just to teach you that you shouldn't fast to connect with God because you can't connect with God because you're not God. That's disgusting. It's evil. It's clear as day. Do you not see the distinction? It's right there. Mercury versus Masons. Mercury created astrology so that you can realize that you're an individual God who's not alone in your imagination. Masons created religion so that they could steal astrology and build a business that enslaves you on a matrix that they need to call the metaverse because they have nothing better than everything they stole from Metatron. They're not even created in any way. Nah, they on that brainwash speaking in tongue. Stars had to supernova to make materials that we are composed of. Everything has to expand to create the materials that we are composed of. So absolutely, when we're talking about stars, we're talking about water, and Earth comes out of water. So everything that comes out of water is light that was vibrating at a higher frequency, vibrating at a lower frequency. So this is where we start to get particles and all these different forms of matter that now we can conduct energy with. This is now where we get hermetic chemistry, the natural hermetic chemistry of our nervous system in general, being able to conduct chi through our bodies. Again, caduceus wisdom. No doctor can ever talk to you like I am right now because all they know how to do is make money based on how their mind's been colonized by people who stole my creations. It's very sad. That's why we're in the world that we're in right now. I appreciate your energy. Good things to come, child. Absolutely good things to come. Thank you. There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord. So in that case, I mean, what is the Lord? Your ego, your imagination? So you're saying nothing can succeed against your imagination? At that point, yeah. I mean, the whole wisdom there would be for you to believe in your imagination because you're going to be able to create a space where you're allowed to express more of yourself. Yeah, sure. Nothing can succeed against your imagination. You already are imagining it in your space. So you'll find a way to create the circumstance to make the structure real because there's infinite space in the universe for you to be your own Lord. If you're about to come in here and tell me that I need to submit to your idea of God because you're about to actually who I am and you're lost in Masons and we all need to be lost causing climate change and supporting genocide, then no. Interesting. Thank you. Sign my child. How? Why do you keep calling me your child? It's me, your child. True. Oh, this that's too flowery. Cut out my child. Don't keep saying is we can not ignore these. I'm telling you. I'm just taking time to get through these comments. It's new messages. To get through the messages soon. Space is control. Space. Absolutely. Spirituality is the truth. It literally is. Catch up with you later, big bro. Thanks. Absolutely. Can you please explain Metatron? Metatron is Enoch transforming into his higher self. So when you go look in the Bible and you see Enoch as the grandfather of Judaism, that is a messenger of Mercury showing the world how fasting connects you to God. And so this is how Enoch literally didn't die because he fasted, and he fasted to the point where his vibration was so high he could transform his body into higher states of matter. And that literally manifested as him becoming a higher version of himself. So this is how he became Archangel Metatron. And this is now where Metatron is actually the manager of Mercury. Metatron is actually the manager of his own structure. It's just that you've been taught about Metatron by Masons who want you to believe that he works for their one true idea of God, which they made up after they stole everything from him. See the contradiction? See the paradox in that way? Like, they're very ugly, they're very lost, and they're very evil. So what they're doing here is stealing indigenous wisdom so that they can teach you that you're not good enough alone. When Metatron, as the manager of Mercury, built these structures, built Earth, he builds simulations in general so that you can connect with spaces outside of yourself. So then this is where when you're born, you get to use astrology to learn about who you are, because Metatron already connected with himself to build structures that allow you to conduct business. See that? So that's why you have to learn about spaces outside of yourself, because you didn't create this world outside of yourself. And this world has been, I mean, the whole Masonic order, right? This whole new world banking system has been created by people who don't feel like you deserve to know the truth. That's why they stole all of it from Egypt. That's why they stole all of it from Mesoamerica. That's why they actively lie to you. That's why they tell you that they discovered America, that there weren't actually people here, that there wasn't really anything, that they created everything and it's one God, and life just started 2022 years ago. Life just, when really life 2022 years ago. Now you have to, and Earth has been the most dead place since then. Like, it's just been death to me about just like it's just then. It's walking zombies right now. That's why humans are obsessed with zombie culture, and why Masons push out that idea. That's how they do. Why Masons view all of you consumers as zombies that just need to eat and consume brains, but you can't even appreciate of the brain you're consuming. Reasons a zombie could go eat of a scientist, of an astrophysicist, of some yogi, of some gymnast, and it would all just be pink to them. Pink, they're just consumers. That's how they view you. That's why they just pump out these Marvel shows. They just pump out this. They just pump out all these shows. They just view you as zombies. Need to consume. You don't have your own mind. You don't have your own Merkaba. So that's Metatron being a teacher. This is me manifesting as Metatron from right now about Metatron. Like your own. You don't have your Merkaba. So you're not. So you're not. And see how Jews stole that idea from him. It's all about your mentality. You don't have your space. So your mind is who creates your space, because it is a ship that allows you to sail through the astral realm, sail throughout space. Space didn't exist until it became water, and your mind is the ship that can sail on water. So now when you see Jesus walking on water in the Bible, that's not physically, literally him walking on water like a Mason got you lost in thinking was literal. Like you literally, oh, Jesus literally walked on water. He's the true superhero. No, it represents how when you fast, your mind becomes such a high vibration that you're able to walk on top of the emotions that are connecting you to the world you're in. So you're going to have better control over your mentality, which naturally leads to superpowers. That's what that means. Again, this is all stolen from me. That's why I can make it make way more sense. And the faster you understand it for yourself, the faster you will actually be like Jesus. Because it is true. The Bible's true. When I'm up here talking like this, understand that they are weaponizing the truth to sell you lies. So this is why we have to find the balance in the truth and the lies. The truth is history. The truth is nature. The lie is how man wants to manipulate nature to make you believe that you are not creative. And then there's so many like extra things attached to that, but that's all Masonic. Okay, so Mercury supports nature. Mercury creates nature. Masons consume nature. Therefore, Masons, they don't support nature. They destroy nature. That's why we are suffering from climate change right now, but no other human point in history have we. Because Masons have taken the helm of this ship, of the earth realm. That's why we believe we're in year 2022. Masons have just, oh yeah, boom, we got the ship. We got right. Look, it's gnarly. All they have is negative energy food. So they're all they have is right, but they believe that eating people makes them a higher vibration. So it's weird. Well said. Check your history. Who ran civilization in the past and lost power? People have ran civilizations in the past and lost power. It's called cycles of time. The whole point is us seeing the of your civilization. We can see what your civilization is manifested for all of us to relate upon. The civilization. Masons have made by stealing. All right, so things that cause further consuming. They don't understand in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, they're supposed to understand it because they stole everything, but their ego blinded them. They teach you that you understand. Other people not be apprehended on their ego and blinding themselves from your imagination. How many that would live from your actually comprehend me due to them being blinded by their own ego. They can't see their own ego. Have clear. So projection is perception. Those people can clear me as far as they can. Those can project their ego at me. That's why when people come up like, "Oh, you need Jesus, that you need God, you're a demon." I'm literally watching spirits project their ego at me. And I'm only able to let them project their egos at me because I, as an individual ego, am using my soul to feel connected to a body that allows me to relate with a space outside of myself. That's my consent. So, of course, I don't want to choose. I don't want to be with people who tell me I'm evil because you're showing me that you're evil and that you're fearful and that you're constantly projecting out your imagination in a way that's destructive to the spaces around you. I don't need that, and I don't want that. And that's not healthy for anyone in your life. And this is, again, why Masons have been causing climate change. Why are we here, bro? Thought-provoking truth. You're here to learn about yourself, and you're here to connect with spaces outside of yourself. If you died, you would just go back to your space, and you would have wasted all the resources and time you put into building this body. So just think about that. You know, like think about all the time that you put into building your body. That shit's so important, right? It's your whole life. You don't want to waste that. So the whole point is you as a space have been using your soul, your water, to build a structure, your earth, that allows you to relate with spaces outside of yourself. And this is why we're all on Earth right now. So Earth is the element. Earth isn't literally the planet like that. Earth is all of us in this Earth realm. And every realm has Earth because Earth is the element that allows us to stabilize and practicalize how we're communicating. So this is where there's infinite ways reality plays out. You can go watch Doctor Strange 2 for that, I guess. But it's all going to be hermetic because everything is going to use the elements like I'm talking about here. If you can actually comprehend and fully realize what I'm communicating about here, you will be the infinite God inside of your own space. So now when you choose to connect with other individuals, you're not going to become a slave to ugly ass governments, to evil ass corporations, to disgusting power structures. You're going to be connected with your own soul. And when you're connected with your own soul, you're going to be a high vibration that allows you to, again, walk on water. They stole that shit from me. Walk on water. Don't drown in the water. Don't drown in the emotions of how you connect with the environment around you. Walk on top of that environment so you can breathe life into new spaces. That's what it means to use your Merkaba and fly over the water. Okay? So that's why you're here. What's the goddamn purpose for real? Right, exactly. I just said what the goddamn purpose was. This is the goddamn purpose for all of life. I like it. I love it. What? This is life. Shit. I have hella lives. I have hella past lives. I can take my mind from my body and go in my space. That's two ways right now. And I can go learn a bunch myself based on how I've shut off in this. Because the only myself the same for you is I killed my awareness of my past lives so that when I'm born in this reality, I can choose to be programmed so I can choose to people on their level. If I came to the awareness of my past lives, I would have been actually way too fiery to care about the movies in here, to care about the fucking books in here, to care about going to school, to care about appeasing any of my, to care in here about getting lost in any relationships with anyone outside of myself. Like, see that? Like, we have to kill, you go kill our Bible, and you, that's the point. To relate with spaces outside of yourself so you can learn more about who you are as an infinite and of phrases in my life where I am. It's infinitely obvious. When I take my mind from my body, spirits all throughout the astral realm, all throughout the vibration was where his that makes a strong only humans in this simulation that and that in darkness and that based on Masons programming everybody. Have to program angel the truth. Everyone still naturally knows that facts because the Masons know that these are facts. And that's why the Masons have to weaponize these facts in all these structures that we call Marvel Comics or the Holy Bible and religion and Hollywood and all their movies and all their stories and the ways in which they predictively program how you view reality. That's why they have to use the truth to sell you lies. Thank you, brother. Some of us are learning. If you're confused, maybe you should leave. I mean, if people are confused, they should stay. Asking questions is wrong. Well, who told you asking questions was wrong? That's hilarious. I hope that was a joke. I hope that was a joke. It better be a joke. Goddamn. One of my DNA infusions is a Nubian. Do you astral travel at will? I mean, yeah. I mean, you do it when you want to, so that's basically at will. Yeah. Whenever I will it, like, oh, will I astral travel? I will. A question, an answer, an action. Block the hilarious. Block this. Who am I supposed to stole? Block the Hedanian Alpha Centauri are the others. Water is that data memory. I just read dairies, ghost, spirit, souls. Absolutely, spirit. Absolutely, Kara. Yes, water is what and life just used to form a. So that's where water is a number 2 and earth. So there you go. Right, body. Now you have to. So all earth comes out of water forms. Come out of connections. You could not possibly build a body if you didn't connect. So this is why you have to build earth out of water. Why Mason be able to build earth without connecting. Water is the vibration of a connection. With a vibration, what a vibration is. Brains, vibration, be able to water. You didn't have, and if you didn't, your heart wasn't. Could go. And if you didn't, and if you didn't, and if you're this, and if you're this. Mercury. Mercury is a structure that so we have Marvel spaces. They just land. So Mercury and Atlantis team up. That's where Hermanubis, again, go look us up. We're in the Vatican. Hermanubis is a representation of how the space that built Mercury, Metatron, and the space that built Atlantis, Anubis, are super duper awesome best friends for life. And by being super duper awesome twin flames, brothers, best friends for life, they create a structure that supports families throughout infinite dimensions. So then this is where Metatron is Odin. Anyone who's claiming to be Odin is a fake, they're a liar, they're a demon. They're not actually connected to Mercury. This is where Mercury is Ahura Mazda as Zoroaster. Anyone claiming to be Zoroaster, Zarathustra, is a demon because they're not connected to Mercury. Same thing for Hermes, for Chikatet, for Tahuti, for Nabu, for Ningish Zeta, for any of my past lives. But this is the problem with being the messenger of Mercury. The same shit that's happening with my past lives of Odin and Ningish Zeta and Tahuti and Hermes and just basically everyone is going to happen with symmetry, but I'm trying to have that not happen. So when I make up symmetry, as I'm doing now, I'm creating symmetry. I really hope that I can communicate in a way that I collect my past lives and cut out all the demons that are trying to ride my frequency. I really hope I can do that. That's my goal, because I'm so done with people colonizing my body, eating my flesh, eating my creations, and then shitting out a Bible and then saying that they're me. And now I need to eat their shit. I need to buy their bullshit because they consumed my imagination. It's disgusting. Like, no, I need to not be in that circumstance. So that's what I'm working on right now. No one can really get it because no one's coming from the same space that I am. So this is Mercury. Mercury is a space that creates the structures that spirits use to communicate. So this is why when you look at the days of the week, look at this timestamp. Sunday is the day of the sun. Monday, day of the moon. Tuesday, day of Mars. What's Wednesday? Oh shit, day of Mercury. And then when you look at Wednesday online, ancient cultures been calling it Hermes Day Tahuti Day, and Odin Day. This is why, again, anyone who's claiming to be Odin is not actually Odin because they're not even correlating to Mercury, let alone creating new shit. They're just clinging on to old ideas. So this is where you can go look up online and see, oh yeah, they called Wednesday Odin Day, and they called Wednesday Mercury Day and Hermes Day. Why did all these ancient cultures call them that? Because they knew I was Spider-Man. This is the point of Mercury being Spider-Man. So now when you see spiders as these 8-dimensional beings with their 8 legs, it really represents Spider-Man and spiders being in the Gemini energy. And it represents how Mercury as a Gemini is communicating to, again, build the Virgo structures, create all the details that spaces are using to conduct business. Simple. So then this is where we get Hermes being the god of language, and really every messenger of Mercury being the god of language and the god of like all these different things, because it's Masons openly admitting. You would not be able to look this shit up on the internet and see it if Masons were not openly admitting that they stole all of these ideas from all these messengers of Mercury. They're just saying fuck ancient cultures, and they want to get you all lost in the matrix. So now they want you literally to just believe that you can't be happy alone. You know, like that's simple. That's all they want you to believe. The moment you believe that you can be happy alone, there's no room for feeling like you need to serve someone else's imagination, and you're not able to rationalize genocide and support warfare and start fighting people outside of yourself and find reasons to do that. It's just you're not able to get into that space. It's not possible. So are you for or against Masonry? Against. I am the space that built Mercury. Masons stole all of their ideas from Mercury so that they can enslave the individuals that I want to see happy. So now that's why I have to be here inside of the structures that my space is built as Mercury to communicate with you on your level about how you can be happy when you simply use fasting to connect with yourself and raise your vibration to heal your body from the inside out and be satisfied alone. And then that's all through the power of water. This is why Masons have to steal this wisdom and weaponize it against you. As simple as that. Thought. Stolen legacy. They stole our ancient knowledge and weaponized it. Literally, we had so many libraries. We had so much shit popping off. As in, we had tools. Did steal all of our knowledge. Steal all. So what do you think of it, right? Jesus, the whole life. This is an idea that is used to rationalize that is ideals. And Jesus was created by Masons who whitewashed every inspired by seeing in Zarathustra, the prophet of Osta. So you can go look up Zarathustra, and you're gonna go see that he was Jesus before Jesus wasn't. Jesus wasn't because it wasn't God. Jesus and cracked from Jesus wasn't, and they objectively are using Jesus to weaponize using weapon against you. That's why Jesus doesn't teach you astrological chart. He says generic about power, but sacrifices himself to a government that supports genocide and is spreading slavery throughout North, South, and Central America. In your own space. Because your own space. Pre-recorded? Pre-recorded. How do you say pre-recorded? You're capping. Hilarious. All because you can't demand my time and energy right now. Comedy. I appreciate you so much for everything you just said. Thank you. What religion are you? I'm individual. But so I, as Chase Clarence Calloway, I'm creating my new religion, Semicism. It's about how all spaces communicate themselves into existence. We also have Chaseism, which is about how spaces create structures that allow them to chase other spaces. And by both of these isms, I'm able to express what I've already expressed with Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism. So the whole point is it's a science of space. That's the religion I am. What do you think of my name? Alpha Will Omega? Hey, you know, I think you got a name that might work for you. I hope it works for you. That's fine. That's my answer. How long have you fasted for? And when do you break your fast? What do you eat? 24 days. Fruit. Water. Break your fast with water. Literally though, like fruit, blended up fruit, cucumber, fruit. You don't even want straight into sugar for real. If you can just go into vegetables, that's going to be ideal. I've been up here for a while. That's common. I'm sweating and shit. You have no idea how much I love you for teaching me this stuff. Oh, absolutely. Hey, I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you appreciate it. God is love, King, the Almighty, the Creator, and our Savior. Praise God, praise Jesus. Right. So again, you should be saying that about yourself. So, and that's what, and God is cool. Your ego is love. So your ego loves God, but your ego doesn't love God the same way mine loves God. About the God, because your space is not my space. We are two separate, not two separate spirits. So we don't have the same relationship with the universe at all. So we don't have different shit at all than you. So when you come over, your knowledge is telling me that God is love, King, the Almighty, and Creator, and our King, the our Savior, then I'm able to see that in a way broader way, because you're not actually the creator of these structures. You're simply using all these structures in a way has been limited by Hollywood, and so the only reasons and you're saying it is because you're making it work. How you draw you're making it work because if you just for God and you are that made yourself learning if you're that made yourself other spirit believers, and we're all co-creators of existence. It takes all of us creating us. I'm asking questions on higher awarenesses and others, where we start others to get the super others powers. People starting to play God and they're imagining everything. Beautiful words and facts. Thank you. Mushrooms help me purge a lot of the ways, but before that, I've broken out of the colonized mindset. Who is this? 228 Ghosty? You're hanging out with psychedelic symmetry right now. So for me to hear that you literally use mushrooms to purge, to decolonize these colonial ideas from your mental atmosphere, that makes me happy. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you're here. It's dope. It took some time and some work to level out everything to stay grounded. Absolutely. 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 It always takes time. That's what the soul is. Time is always passing. Everything takes time, right? All structures take time. You're never able to manifest something immediately, right? Even the Bible, for whoever's lost in the Bible, again, is stolen from me as Mercury, and they got people lost in the creation story. But even then, they have to weaponize the truth to sell the lie. In the Bible, God didn't make the world immediately. He didn't make Earth immediately, right? So everything takes time. Everything truly is a process of being able to connect with it this way and consistently give your emotion to it, because that's the fuel to the fire. That's why water actually fuels fire. But the paradox is water kills fire because it actually creates the air, the steam. But when you're killing your fire is going to keep producing heat. So it never fully dies. So this is your mind constantly communicating. So think about how every day you wake up, you're building upon the thoughts and feelings that you had from the last day. That simple. Every time you wake up, you're building upon the thoughts and feelings that you had from the last day. And that's your whole life. So now that's why you have relationships, right? Think about how that's the only way you can fucking hold a girlfriend or hold a boyfriend or care about your parents. Literally, like you have to be God to care about other people. This is how I view it as God, as Metatron. I just have to let you know this is how it is. As Hermes Trismegistus, as someone that these Masons keep calling a god, all the past messengers of Mercury are called gods. Symmetry, my creation, is going to be considered a god. This is how I view it. The point is, I'm creating myself so I can communicate with you about how you created yourself. And that's why I'm interested in the art that you have. That's why I'm super interested in the art that you have to share. That's why I'm super interested in building structures that allow you to build structures. Not builders that not actually save you into Mercury, teach you you're not an artist. That's all Masons do. That's all Masons do. Teach you that you're not an artist, but they need to use the art from Mercury to do it. They need to steal my caduceus so teach you that you didn't create your body. It's so. I'm understanding everything and I'm only getting everything. You're 16, right? It's happening, right? But spiritually, you're very most of the adult with my adults in your life. I've had to realize that growing up a lot. It would tell me it's going that because your soul, like they would say that to my mom. They would say that I'm an old soul. I make them say that to feel like grounded. I have a lot of experience and that I seem like I collect things going on line and I'm like one demons. All my like one instinct trying to now individuals outside who I am. So I'm so individuals outside the way I and then I that in on it now and communicate out about it. I can look back at my past, I got this, and then I can say that inside my space. I can assume my water is holding soul because water is holding. I can be like, oh yeah, to now. Wow, I really did learn about myself with all these tools. And that's the water that connects me to. If I don't connect, I don't care about my past life memory. This is not going to affect it. This is Mercury to the spaces that I've connected. The spaces that I've to have your vibration in check. Then, yeah, chances are, if you're able to comprehend me and you're here, you are spiritually way older people in way in your life. Because you've been able to create a circumstance. That's when you're becoming way more aware of things that and when you look, do not be aware of things that you're aware of. And because you can see that most people have been aware of what you want to be aware of, to Tahuti and Odin, really been most people are spiritually most people in you to be, because it really comes down to really comes of whose soul to handle the whose weight of dealing with power, because that's really what ideas responsibility. Let us submerge. Kids don't want responsibility. Oh yeah, you are spiritual. Let us spiritually leveling up by realizing that in Hermes say, why did all these express your ego up, go and express your imagination and talk to God? You can't leave it up to a Mason to talk to God for you. Jesus can't talk for you. 8 dimension can't talk. I can't talk this spider for you. I'm speaking from my God. Tell you that you should go talk to God yourself. That you should go where you can hop into our online and I can show you details. You can you connect with God yourself. But to online, you can but structure simple. You being able to relationship with your being able to know God out here. God is trying to have you. Openly listen to openly.com gang. Masons. You're the one if you're here in general. They created so I want to get this. Literally, that's why I made it. I want to get like they see it as a chess game, right? Literally, think about how chess is black versus white. That's a Masonic mindset. That's why they have Americans going by black versus white. It's so like, dude, it's so clearly like boom, laid out right there. Look at that. It's chess. And they feel like they're God because they're able to manipulate white and black people and make money off of these concepts to make humans fight each other. And now no one has their indigenous individuality anymore because everyone believes that they're a color in a chess game, in a Masonic match of Martian warfare. All stolen from Mercury. It sucks. It's ugly. But the wisdom is knowing that you're not in control of spaces outside of yourself. So I wish I could make these Masons not be evil. But the point is, I can't change them. I can't make them love themselves, and I can't make them not hateful. So just this is for all of us, okay? I had to know this, and you people out that by one Mason trying to project onto you. We are all being controlled by someone. And that's literally them using this English language to create a circumstance where they can teach you that you are yourself not creative. So now you need to use your creative, serve someone to use you never met. But you're gonna die for them. You wouldn't die for gonna die for you. You'll die for them, but they won't. They structure to make you die. They make you die. They zombies. One of their followers. One of so that is the idea. Is the idea of yourself. Is the idea you won't was in a circumstance where you're serving people who treat you like this. That's all. And that's all doing. Side of your thing at this point. See, I just checked the website. So impressive. Hey, absolutely. I just what confirms your belief that you contact with what you think you are. It's about me being myself. It's ethics. So go ahead using web absolutely. It's absolutely being contact with that's someone myself. It's that's alone in myself. That's what fast and do what these religions were built out of to be alone in my space. I'm forced to see who I am, and I'm forced to create from that place, which is how I was born in the first place. So now I'm creating a psychedelic circle as Chase Clarence Calloway by being able to communicate with you about this. And then this is me creating a new version of myself as symmetry, so I can express how I'm the space that built Mercury, and I can collect all my past lives, and I can help stop climate change, because that's really what this is about. Once humans understand that they are spaces building their bodies right now, there wouldn't be room to support destroying the environment that they're in. They wouldn't be able to think like that. So the only reason we're suffering from climate change is because Masons have programmed humans to be way more consumptive than they are creative. And Mercury has never taught humans to be this way. So ancient civilizations have never had this problem. That's simple. It's that simple. Yo, much love. I almost thought this was a pre-record. Absolutely not. I'm here. What about Virgo energies? Virgo energies is where we are right now. Me getting into all the details. The Gemini energy is me communicating. The Virgo energy is all the details and structures and like connect and work. That's like all the stressful shit of like trying to hold things together. Solidarity. That's fine. Choose to seek the truth. They make it think you're crazy or have you looking crazy by the floor. Right. But then behind closed their answer, they're crazy because they're answering everybody. You just gotta love yourself, and then literally water. I mean, literally intelligence. Instigate the intelligent world, no matter what. It really comes down to that, because always say this shit based on their own projections. Interact with them on their own. Say shit. Vegetables. They're not always gonna say shit to you. People have to project that to you. Sweating. So how much I love it. Absolutely. You appreciate. It's gotta have your own intelligence, and your own intelligence is you are. The creator. So again, that's that spiritual knowledge. That's that no. That's again. So and that's that. Do they read the comments? Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Shit. So the Bible is real, since it said that Jesus fasted. The Bible is a bastardization of a bunch of texts stolen from the libraries of Alexandria and really just libraries all throughout Egypt. Really libraries all throughout the ancient world. Really, in general, all stolen from Zoroastrianism. Again, guys, you can Google this. So just go Google Zoroastrianism, history of Judaism. In general, you can go look how the people who wrote the Bible, they were students of Zoroastrianism way before they had an idea of who Jesus was. Objectively. So the Bible is literally them stealing a bunch of historical accounts and then mixing it with made-up stories. And that's basically where you would have to see that the Old Testament is them stealing a bunch of historical accounts. That's why you have Enoch being real, Metatron being real, and they worship Metatron for themselves. That's the Old Testament. They worship Metatron for themselves because they know they're weaponizing astrology to enslave you. But then they're going to create Jesus so that you can worship the idea of sacrificing yourself to their version of astrology, which is really just the government, and it's just the matrix. It's not astrology. They're using astrology to conduct business, and the government represents how you're supposed to sacrifice yourself to them so you can support them in spreading more genocide throughout the galaxy. What do you think about love? The ego is love. Everything you love is your ego. Everything that people love, love is God. That's why God is the ego. And that you literally do evil things out of love, right? So America was the love that Europeans have for eating me. I'm just glad you're here. So cool. You know, love is not positive or good inherently. Love leads people to desire. As demonic to desire. This is why demonic to desire. Rationalize genocide. That's them using love to spread. That's what this every country to spread. That's what this country manifests. That's what this country steals. That's what this Atlantis or whoever's actively. This is how America. This is how effective. I thought this before lost because I did. But even though I thought this before, do you recognize my energy? I do not. Why is it so glitchy? Okay, it's better now. Cool. I'm glad it's better now. I appreciate that for real. I think the video feed's probably about a minute behind. Yo, you know who else sound like you? Yam Socks. Cool. Praise Yabulion. Yeah, that's big. Thing, they always project things going on in their own life into others. Literally. Religious people are always projecting their own demons onto others. That's why a religious person is more than happy to come into your space and tell you that you're evil for being happy alone. That's literally all Christians and Jews did to individuals feeling to North America, to America. They literally to America. Like, oh, you're all because you're if you're happy because you're this is new thoughts in the world and they had everything in life lied about it. It's so evil. They're so evil, guys. Like the people who've manifested this government are so evil. It's wild. It's wild. It's insane. That's why they have to spread genocide. They can't. KKK represents killing kids with kindness. As hermetry wisdom for you right there. All right. I always have unconditional. I always one. Beautiful. That's important. That's what keeps you light. Unconditional love for everyone allows you to stay open, to stay light, you to stay alive, and that's what life. True. That's not allowed. So that's life. That's what is Son of God. Regardless of anything, I can't have any hate in my heart because I understand why they are like this. I feel that, and like I said, my bad if some of my comments seem off time with what you're saying. The feed is a good bit behind this, but it's okay. Jesus' righteous self-practice model. Body and blood transubstantiation is ceremonial magic by definition. I'm only 15 in St. Cloud Forest, and so conscious awareness. They're diabolical. Ha, Drake. Hilarious. Yeah. There's a homework assignment. All right, so I'm about to hop off of here, but before I go, I'm going to give you a serious, okay? So everyone, let me know, do you have Netflix? Before this, let me know, will you actually use your Netflix account to watch what I'm going to recommend to you? I'm going to pack another, and then I'll come back and read the comments and see, because I don't necessarily need to recommend this, but also we could get into just giving you some to actually anchor in everything I'm sharing. Everything I'm sharing with you is facts out that do it back to is taught themselves, and they do it in their TV shows and their movies and their stuff. So if you're interested in that, hey, let me know. They got a lot of stuff on Netflix, bro. if you're in our spirit, ye hilarious. Low key wants to be moderator. Most people are in here. Most people Kundalini, and he has been saying that he's Jesus Christ. So he was supposed to join in and share with me about how he's Jesus Christ, but he clearly did not want to share what's building up spiritual created. So I was hoping I would make. So I was like, I did all these weighing up. When he want to come, so I was and express ego, talk to his, leave it up perspective of to express ego, especially because he's my moderator. So we've already built up some relationship where he's been consuming my knowledge and enjoying what I'm saying and supporting me. So if he's claiming to be Jesus, that's a paradox, because he either is Jesus, and that would mean that Jesus is real, but Jesus is here taking my knowledge and learning from me, or he's not Jesus, and that's why he doesn't really want to share his story anymore after I've shared the actual history of how Masons created these ideas to colonize how you feel about your own space. Oh well. I hope he'll be back. I love everybody. The point is, everyone's idea of themselves is literally trapped by the words that we have. So this is why literally I have to make up a new version of myself to express my old past lives. It doesn't make sense for anyone to be clinging on to old things to express their ego. Your ego is always supposed to be moving on to something new. So you're always supposed to be like creative. It's just that you do have to make your creativity relatable. So this is why I can't just be up here making up a whole new language. I would like to, like, let me express a whole new language to you, but would it make sense if I'm trying to show you what I'm thinking? Right? Not at all. Like if I was literally speaking a totally different language, if I was speaking Atlantean, I would not be able to show you what I'm thinking. So that wouldn't make sense for me. It wouldn't make sense. Let me speak English. That's why I went to fucking Masonic school and got programmed. All right, so I can communicate with the world, and we're gonna level up. All right. So I hope Kundalini comes back, because definitely don't want him to feel bad about seeming like being Jesus. The point is, he's supposed to feel like he's more infinite than Jesus. Which, if he's listening to me, he's on the way. So it's okay. But if he came up on this stream, he was probably worried that I was about to cut him up and like humiliate him. I genuinely want to hear his life experience so that we can actually get the pinpoint of how he didn't need to be trying to come up here and share his experience with me, but now get intimidated once I'm saying that Jesus was made up. If he's actually Jesus, he's actually defend himself instead of piecing out. After he's like literally been passionate about hitting me up behind the scenes to share his story. So now that he doesn't want to do it, that says a lot. That says he doesn't really have much earth to stay, and he's knows that. Really have that. So doing side of really have that. Really have to think, and really have to and will have sorting and will have continue absolutely communicate in my way. In my Netflix. That yeah, you are. Oh. Since you're tweaking, just guys, I'm about to off of here. Guys, I'm here. Guys, I'm using web all ears or what to watch. Okay. Well, hold up, because so we have Netflix. Because everything I'm talking about with the government and Masons, thing from Masons Mercury, they explicitly say Netflix. They give you Netflix shows from that. You can start watching tonight and just finish tonight. I'll be doing live streams, whatever. Just this is your rating a communicate with spiritual homework. This is going to be you realizing that Masons are scared of Atlantis. They're terrified of Atlantis. They know that I, as Mercury, work with Atlantis to stop build simulations. And they know that they don't understand that their bodies is building their bodies. They know they're colonizing that is not destroying, not theirs to colonize. They wouldn't be able to. The reason they wouldn't be able to focus on keeping humans dumb and they're so focused on being evil, they don't give a fuck. They just want to live in their desires. And that's all they care about. So they're really focused on living in their desires. That's the ego, guys. That's the ego. This is where good and evil is the same thing to them. It's desire. So they want to appear like good guys. That's how they get away with doing evil shit. So, yeah, there are 2 shows. Great energy, by the way. Very not wise and knowledgeable. Thank you. 22. 8 Ghost Y. I appreciate that. Great way with words and being true to yourself and others. Absolutely. Hey, super appreciate that. It's taken time to get up to this point. KKK creator Albert Pike, Freemason, and original noble of Mecca Shriners in NY had World War III quote. Freemason indeed. Much love. The ego indeed have some. Indeed, some have a toxic ego from being diluted by the systems. Absolutely. 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 Buzz Aldrin, Freemason, says Moonwalk was an animation now. Yo, and guess what? These 2 shows I'm about to give you, they actually come out of landing being a hoax. They both talk about how it was filmed. They both explicitly show it and say it. So this is Freemasons. They love to share the truth in media because this is something that they learned from Hermes, by the way. This I appreciate from Hermes. They feel like this is something that they learned from Hermes. They learned this from Hermes, by the way. They learned this from Hermes. They kind of fucked them up with the knowledge. It's a Hermetic principle. This is what they believe. This is Hermeticism. Okay, this is true Hermeticism. Masons believe that if they put the truth in the TV show you watch, then they can lie straight to your face because you are supposed to be the discernment of knowing that their entertainment is not entertainment of a bunch of. So Masons feel like they trapped you in slavery in just a dumb sheep mindset when really the entertainment they are presenting to you is only entertainment, is mean anything, only anymore. That's where they have you. That's where they want you to watch these movies. When you actually watch these movies as Masonic witchcraft, you'll see every single one. That's where it's intentional. Like, you'll see how everything, like, they spend so much money on these movies. Do you really think they're spending so much money to get all these actors together and spend all these resources to make all these productions, to push all these ideas just to entertain you? No, 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 nah, no. To program you, of course. It's obvious, right? Like, it's obvious at that point. The point of all these movies is to program you with their imagination. But they have to sell it to you as entertainment so you don't think farther. So you don't think further. So you don't think more about what they're showing you. That's why they have all this subliminal shit in their movies. They want you subliminally programmed. That's why they don't teach you about your subconscious mind in school. Visit chasergenes.com. You'll learn about your subconscious mind. And experiences with being Jesus. Bro, you're tweaking not just the comments. Absolutely. Yabalana is Masonic Trinity God, Yahweh, Baal, Osiris. Me, Mason, was crying on live yesterday. Oh, Mr. Mason was crying on live yesterday. Oh, okay. That's funny. Who's Mr. Mason? Mr. Mason was crying on a live yesterday? That's rough. Was it a ritual? They like doing rituals. Much love, bro. Much love to you, dragon lover. Stanley Kubrick admitted to filming the fake moon landing. There we go. He had clips he snuck away and released proving it. Now something is bothering him and he has come out with all of it. All right, there we go. 22.8 Ghost. Why? Because that's literally what we're talking about. Redhead dude with face tattoos. Have you heard of Smarty Mendez, aka Sananda? I have not. I've never heard of Smarty Mendez, aka Sananda. I'm about to hop out of here. Here are the two shows. Okay? The first show, if you have pen and paper, you write this down, whatever. Inside Job. Inside Job is the first show that you've got to watch from the perspective of knowing that it's Masonic programming. Because in the first episode, they dropped 2 jokes about how the U.S. government is developing all of their warfare, all of their technology, because there's technological war with Atlantis. They say this in their show, Inside Job. And Inside Job is literally about how the shadow is manipulating the world from Jews. So it's literally a show. But they want to push it at you like it's entertainment. So you just watch these ideas. If you're happy, actually not think that they're real in life because they feel about it. Made it an art show. Only made it show. They can program your mind in real life. Like there's no government evil in your votes. Voting does matter. Our show is just purely entertainment, talking about how there's actually a shadow government that really controls the politicians and really controls the systems. That's purely entertainment. Insane. And this is the state that they have people in. So watch Inside Job. That's your first show. And the second show supports this even harder. The second show is called The Pentaveret. So check out Inside Job and check out The Pentaveret. The Pentaveret is simply a show where these Freemasons, the Masonic order, these secret societies, they make a show about themselves. So it's basically Inside Job, but it's more about the society part, not the government part. So Inside Job is about how secret societies manipulate the government to keep humans super dumb. The Pentaveret is about how the secret societies manipulate the government to keep people super dumb. So, they're basically about the same thing, but they focus on different things. Inside Job focuses on the government part. The Pentaveret focuses on the actual secret society part. In both shows, they talk about the moon landing being fake and being filmed. They make jokes about how the characters are standing on the set of where the government filmed the moon landing. And I learned years ago how the United States faked the moon landing because they were in a Cold War with Russia and they were just scared of losing the war. So they just had to manufacture something. And it was also a double whammy because they wanted to see if they could literally program Americans to believe what they see on TV. Didn't work. Didn't work though. Oh shit. Didn't work though. It really seems to have worked. So they successfully got to program what Americans see on TV, and they got to run a whole social experiment where they got to see, can we make humans believe what they see on TV? If we can make humans believe what they see on TV, then all of our plan is a go. We can just use videos to manipulate humans for the rest of the metaverse existence. And this is where the Masons simply want to use light to manipulate how you feel about life. This is why you have to have spirituality. Your spirit is your connection to your space. If you don't feel connected to your space, it's really easy for Masons out here to manipulate light to separate you further from your own heaven. And they're going to have to teach you that you need to go to their heaven to be happy. So, boo. Witchcraft, they're evil. Thanks for taking your time out to give knowledge and good vibes energy. Absolutely, absolutely. You're welcome. Slow down, bro. I'm saying the redhead Mason with face tattoos. Okay, the redhead Mason with face tattoos. Redhead dude with face tattoos. I don't know a redhead Mason with face tattoos. Trippy Red? It like a rapper? Is that Trippy Red? I don't know. A redhead Mason with face tattoos. I don't know. He was crying on a live. That's rough. Inside Job season 1 was so good. All right, so look, we got people who saw Inside Job. Inside Job is a government explicitly stating that they stole all their shit from Atlantis. And in the Pentaveret, they explicitly state that they have the information from the Library of Alexandria. So everything that I'm saying is not only confirmed on the internet when you want to go look in history, but it's also in their TV shows because it's the truth. We got a bunch of details about it. I believe I found this live, not by coincidence, but for a reason. I was brought to this live. That's right. The reason is so you can connect with yourself. So what's with the dome? No, bro, it was coincidence. Who's this? Adam Taylor, you're funny. Fucking coincidence, dude. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. The Pentaveret. Yes. Do you know how even with rockets, they can't break the top of the firmament? They can't break the atmosphere? What you mean? I mean, everything's water cycles. So if you can't create a metallic body that can sustain the current of water, which is what they call space outside of ourselves, then yeah, you're not about to really travel outside of the atmosphere that you made your body in. So, you know, technology things. The earth is flat, by the way. Literally, earth comes out of water. So earth is wavy. Everything is vibrating. So earth can't be flat. And when I look at earth, I've never once seen earth that's flat. Even when we look at earth as a whole concept, it's always multidimensional. So you can never say earth is flat. Earth is only flat to a Mason. That's a Masonic concept. I literally, as Mercury, have to go to war on all these Masonic concepts. That's why I'm up here talking. That's my spirit has called me to do this. It's Chase Calloway. I'm Chase Calloway because my name is literal proof that I am Trip C. That's the point of Hermes Trismegistus being thrice great, Trip C. So, great. We're symmetry now, CT, Trip C. Point is, Earth is wavy. Earth is multidimensional. Earth is infinite. You can have infinite forms. To say Earth is flat, that's simply Masonic. That's just like them wanting to flatten the entire world so you can drive a car everywhere. And otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to drive a car everywhere. But it's just that. They just want you to pay for gas and drive a car everywhere. So they're going to teach you that the earth is flat. But really, that's just them creating some predictive programming where they're flattening the earth. That's why they've been flattening the earth to create streets. That's why they have the compass. You look at the Freemason symbol, the fucking compass. G, boom. They're charting out the world so they can flatten everything and make it easy for their cars to drive around because they're not shit otherwise. Resonating energy is great to keep on. This is important and it's much appreciated. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm kind of out of it. I'm about to hop out of here. I appreciate it. Resonating energy is great. It's important. Okay, so no, he goes live on TikTok. Got it. Is Inside Job a cartoon? Yes, Inside Job is a cartoon. Inside Job is a cartoon on Netflix. Sea level means level and flat. Earth is hollow too. All right. Bet. Okay, I'm out of here. Dope. I'm about to see. Actually, hold up real quick. Do 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 do. I can answer some questions if anyone has questions. I'm tired though. I'm tired. I'm trying to go to sleep, low key, I think. communicate just ever version of me ever. Yeah, I'm out of here then. I hope I can still eat that eyes and still be as healthy spiritually as you. Well, you can eat chips. Stop this. Yo, spicy chips are lit. I mean, are they kettle chips? You kind of like the your bodies. You can eat anything and technically be spiritually healthy. Destroying because your spirit is your space. So it really has no reason. But the point is, your space built your structure that it can able experience itself. So you keep care about the structure, focus on because that's how you're going to be able to actually experience more of your space. Think about how people who have a bunch of gunk and problems inside their body, they can't go out and experience their space, and thus they can't go connect with other spaces as much as people who are cleaner and thus have more energy to get up and move and breathe. So it's all natural in that way. But you can eat. Oh, you like hot Cheeto fries? Oh, that's gross. I'm kidding. It's not gross. I just don't like hot Cheeto fries. That's whatever. Um, but you can eat whatever you want in moderation. The point is consult with your space and figure out what's right for you as a space. And this is where you're going to be able to heal your body by fasting. Fasting will heal your body overall, but that doesn't mean that you never have to eat hot chips again. It just means that you're going to build a healthier relationship with all the foods that are in the world. And if that leads you to not wanting to eat certain foods anymore, then great, that's great too. But it doesn't mean that you have to put this pressure on yourself of like, I'm only going to be healthy once I give up this thing forever. Like you can find balance. I promise. As Mercury, I'm letting you know you can find balance. You can be the balance, in fact. It's all good. I'll be keeping an eye out for your lives. Absolutely. What's the best diet? The best diet? The best diet is everything I just explained. Like literally the best diet is even just based on your geographical location. So think about how all humans are sort of genetically adapted to eat different foods based on the environment that they developed their blood cells inside of. So it is all about compatibility. You would have to figure out if an alkaline diet is good for you, or if you want to go like the Jordan Peterson route, right? And do an all meat diet. He does all meat and he says that it helps him. I think that you can get all the benefits of an all meat diet from fasting. I've been fasting for 4 years frequently. That's again the whole where this whole website has come from, the psychedelic nature of how fasting connects me to my space. I've been fasting to heal my body and been seeing all the science of how the world is catching up with what I've been talking about. And really now I have to be here talking about how all these ideas of fasting were stolen from Hermes and Enoch anyway. Enoch transformed into Metatron because he fasted so long. So again, everything just stolen from Mercury. Messengers of Mercury have been teaching the world about fasting. It's only now in this time of masonry where they have taught the world that Jesus fasted and now no one else needs to. That's the point of them sacrificing Jesus to the government. They subconsciously taught everyone to eat and overconsume garbage because they believe that Jesus fasted so they don't have to. I, as Chase, the space that these ideas were stolen from, naturally have been fasting inside of this circumstance because this is who I am. And this was the point of me being born then, so that I can help all of us grow and build the symmetry and we can usher this awakening and we'll all branch out infinitely as the infinite individuals that we are, leveling up for infinity and beyond. It's pretty lit. So on that note, I'm out of here. There's a natural cure for just about everything. Absolutely. Judaism is thousands of years older than Christianity. Yeah, the people who made Judaism stole all their ideas from Zoroastrianism. So Zoroastrianism is eons older than Judaism. And Judaism was created out of everything that these Masons could steal from Zoroastrian ideas. That's why you can go Google how Judaism worships Ahura Mazda, really. They worship Zarathustra. They worship Zoroastrianism. That's why they made up Superman from Zoroastrian ideas. They didn't make up Superman from Jewish ideas. How come Superman was made up by Jewish people who were inspired by Zoroastrianism? Obviously, Jesus is their Superman, and it's all them learning from Zoroaster about their own mind. Just like you guys are learning about yourself from Zoroaster about your own mind. And that's where you're all the children of God. So you either learn directly from Mercury that you are the children of God because you create yourself as the children of God, or you learn from Masons who stole my ideas that the true children, the true child of God, is someone who got killed by the government that spreads genocide. And now you need to support that government because you're not good enough to be happy alone. You need to work your way into their heaven. When again, I as Hermes would never teach you that you need to work your way into someone else's heaven. That doesn't make fucking spiritual sense in any way, shape, or form. If you're happy alone, you build structures that support your space when you're alone, and you're able to level up for infinity and beyond. It's not hard. When you love yourself, it's just literally like people in the world there's just a whole epidemic. Masons have programmed everyone to hate themselves. And I get it. I mean, I experienced it. The Bible taught me to hate myself. That's why the Bible is so horrible and evil. That's why like Christianity is so atrocious. These religions are atrocious. All these religions have done is use my own creations that I made out of my self-love to teach me to hate myself. That's why I have a perspective that no one else can even have. Because I know where I actually came from. I know where these Masons are coming from subconsciously. It's just me as Chase having to decolonize how they taught me to view life. And again, you can do what I'm doing for me, for you, through fasting and psychedelics. It's pretty dope. And then, of course, that's meditation. Meditation is essential. But the point is, fasting puts your body into a meditative and psychedelic state. Because when you're fasting, you naturally produce DMT. DMT is essential. The Masons have really messed up our foods and messed up our bodies so that we're not producing nearly as much DMT as we're supposed to be. And when you go Google DMT, guess what? It's called the spirit molecule for all the reasons I'm talking about. It connects you to your space. So, what are you smoking? A Hormazda. We got green. Yeah, I should probably hit this. We got green. We got some simple trees. We got some nice little indica. All right. I can tell you the strain if you want, but it's fine. We are the aliens. We can modify the earth. Absolutely. We're modifying earth all the time. That's all we're doing. Your body is the earth that you're modifying. So this is where an alien, literally simply the idea of an alien is not being from the space that you're in. So this is where there's two opposite ideas. Indigenous and alien. You're either indigenous to a space or you're alien to a space. Being indigenous to a space means that you are the spirit that built that structure that you're using to experience yourself. That's what it's always meant to be indigenous. It's to be an alien always means that you are using the structure that you've built to experience yourself to consume structures outside of yourself. And then this is where you get now illegal aliens. So now Masons, the aliens that have consumed the Americas from indigenous peoples, have taught modern white Americans to view indigenous peoples as illegal aliens. Look at that witchcraft. Look how insanely messed up that witchcraft is. That they were able to, as aliens, invade indigenous lands and teach white culture that indigenous individuals are the aliens in their own land. So to be alien simply means that you're not from the space that you're consuming. Whereas when you're indigenous, that means you are from the space that you're consuming. And then that's the idea of being self-sustaining. This is what brings us to fasting again, by the way. This is why indigenous peoples naturally fast, because when you're fasting, you're actually consuming your own space and you're self-sustaining. And that's where you get apoptosis, or science wants to call it autophagy, or just these ideas of how your body cannibalizes itself to clean out what is not actually serving it. Simple. They're just evil. Explain what I worship. What? I don't know what you worship. From Earth to space, we can control. That's why they got pharmaceuticals. They can keep people sick in constant cycle with meds and health issues. That's why they killed Dr. Sebi and many others who practice fasting and natural herbs. Literally. Absolutely. We are living in the future past of our mindset of how time is set. We are living in the future past of our mindset of how time is set. Okay. These new agers are off the rails. See, you don't even know what the new age actually is if you're listening to me talk about how astrology was manifested and where modern religions came from. I'm literally talking about where modern religions came from. And you're trying to say, I'm new age? Like, what an ugly paradox. The new age is literally these religions that stole their mind from Metatron, that stole all their ideas from Mercury. What? Like, boom, that's simple. That's the new age. The new age literally started 2022 years ago with the sacrifice of Jesus Christ to the Roman government that taught you what a new ager is. What? You don't even, man, it's so silly. I might just jump off. I get it, whatever. I'm about to peace out. So visit chasergenes.com, okay? If you want to learn way more about how you as a space built this body to connect with other spaces. Because that's what it is, okay? Your whole life is you consistently using your mental ability to communicate to build a body. That's why your body grows every day in certain ways so that you can connect with spaces that you would not otherwise be able to connect with if you did not create that body. So if you want to learn how to actually build a healthier, better body from the inside out, then that's the point of my website. That's the point of our online courses. That's the point of me sharing all this information in general. So I'll see y'all later. Great knowledge. Thanks. Absolutely. Much love to everyone in here. Peace out. Okay. Stay awesome. Know that you are all infinite individuals. That's the whole point. You are all infinite individuals. And truly, if we want to add another I, an infinite indigenous individual. Because when you're indigenous, that means that you are creating yourself from the inside out, as we've already covered. So this isn't about race. Masons have colonized everyone's idea of race. The point is, everyone is an infinite indigenous individual. Because everyone is infinite inside of their own space. They are alone in their imagination, and thus they have to create what they want to see. This is why we are all living life right now. We all have to create what we want to see if we want to chase our dreams, if we want to experience our genes. Because literally the whole point of Chase Your Genes is a moniker on just letting you know that you are manifesting your genes because your dreams led you to wanting to sleep with spaces outside of yourself. Look at that. We have no better words, by the way. Notice how you were only born because two people slept together. So your dreams are you lying in your imagination. That's why everything's a lie before it connects. That's your dream. That's your water cycle, your REM cycle. Boom. That's all your water. That's your dream. But then because you're alone in your dream, now you have to manifest genes. Genes are what you wear when you step out of your space. So it's no coincidence that they call genes genes. It's about you building a body that you can wear as air. So now your mind can assemble all these particles to amass in a suit. And now you're going to conduct chi through this suit so this costume can matter to you. And now this costume becomes who you are. Now your ego is invested in the body, and this allows you to feel like you're building a family. And now you can finally feel like you're relating with spaces outside of yourself. This is why everyone clings on to life so hard, because they went through all that process of being able to build a body that allows them to relate. They don't want to go back to not being able to relate with spaces outside of themselves. But then everyone is somehow like lost in not wanting to take responsibility for being God alone in their space. So now they're trying to like support religions that teach them that they're not creative. And this is what's causing all the problems in the world. People feeling like they are consumers. Masons literally call you guys consumers. They call everyone consumers. They literally, this is how they view you. not as a creator, as a consumer. They view themselves as creators, but literally they are the consumers. Projection is perception. They're the ones that consumed all of my creations so they can teach you that you're not creative. Now I have to be here making up new creations just to show you that you are creative, that you are an individual God, that you are an infinitely indigenous individual, and you are manifesting what you want to see. That's why your life matters. That's why you have a family. And this is why it's important to fast and heal your body and use your mind to separate from your structure and connect with your space so you can actually remember who you were before you were born. That's how I'm at this point. I've been able to fast and use my psychedelic powers to separate my mind from my body so much. I'm operating way more from my space, and I remember who I was before I was born. So I'm not really able to get lost super hard in how people who don't remember who they are before they were born are teaching me that I don't know who I am. But then they're colonized by people who consume my creations. It's very meta for me. So the fact that these Masons are calling Facebook the metaverse, and I have no better words than to say that it's meta for me to talk about the metaverse, come on. God damn. So we're just going to keep growing. Again, we just got to keep building better structures. That's the whole point of space, right? Your space is nothing. But when you know who you are, your nothing is always going to build something to support your observer. So this is supposed to be like the time that we're in, where everyone is forced to realize more of who they are, and everyone is forced to build structures that actually support their own space instead of supporting structures that don't support them. Because that's what working for Masons is. Supporting structures, supporting a matrix that is working to enslave you on the principle that you're not good enough to be alone in your own space. That's why they're not ever trying to actually pay you enough money to be happy. That's why they built America off of slavery, fundamentally. Jesus is king. Hilarious. They trained them very well. Unicorn talk, help. Brother, I need some help. I feel like you know who I am. Here's the message I received. I just heard you. I don't know who you are. I do short fasts over the years, but I am still not close to where you are. Hey! Hey! What's up, Rita B? Look, you already know what's good. The fact that you're fasting, it's lit. You don't even have to put that much pressure on yourself. You just know that you have goals. It's really just about setting goals. You know, if you have a goal you want to accomplish, you can set it, and then you can accomplish it. You can feel good, then you can set more goals. But other than that, if your spirit isn't even calling you to set those goals, just keep doing you. I mean, fasting for long amounts of time is awesome. So if you want help, Rita B, all right, that's why we have Chaser Genes. That's why I got the online course. That's why I put all my wisdom and all my information. And I'm updating it because I'm still fasting. And I mean, school never ends. School never ends. We're going to keep learning. But I mean, we're not going to be learning a bunch of fake ass bullshit. We're learning about ourselves. So yeah, I mean, if you want to learn how you can fast longer, because there is a difference between fasting for like 2 days versus 6 days versus 12 days versus 24 days. There is a difference between all these increments of time. So I mean, it's a balance, of course. Like, you don't want to put super pressure on yourself, but at the same time, when you know that you want to do something, that's an inclination from your spirit. That's your space giving you a mission, so to say. Facts. The truth you speak is undeniable. Absolutely. What do you think about the age of Aquarius? The age of knowledge pouring in. I mean, that's what we're doing, right? We're all sharing information. In Zoroastrian zodiac, Aquarius is 7. That's the mind. So we're all supposed to be realizing that the mind builds the body. That's why I'm here right now. Aquarius is actually the water bearer. So now we can look at Mercury and see that Mercury is big Aquarius energy. Even though Mercury is fucking Gemini, Virgo, and then manifests as Taurus, the point of Mercury is the Aquarius energy of your mind, and understanding that your mind is the Mercury that carries your water outside of your space. So your mind is the structure that you're using to share your emotions with spaces outside of yourself. So then that's where you get Aquarius, infinite knowledge, just like pouring out all the wisdom, all the water for you to drink. That's the mind. That's what I'm doing up here. Me getting in my Aquarius energy would just be me constantly speaking from my mind and being like in that 7 energy of sharing my feelings. And then the more I share my feelings, the more I separate myself from the environment around me. So we're all doing that because that's like, yeah, I mean, Aquarius energy in general and understanding our minds and all of our Mercuries, all of our ability to be the water bearer. And at that point, it's about understanding your Lucifer. So Lucifer is the water bearer because Lucifer is representation of how water is the element that bears the light of God. So God as fire is light. Lucifer as water is the light bearer. This is the actual meaning in the Bible. So when a space imagines its space, that's God. So everyone here is God when they imagine what they want to be. That itself is your idea of God. Your Lucifer is your soul. That's your ability to bear the weight of your idea of God, which is what your vibration is. So this is how you vibrate at a certain frequency to create the energy, to create the mind that actually allows you to share your feelings. And by sharing your feelings, you start creating a heartbeat that allows you to move the particles in an environment into a certain structure that looks like a human body or any animal body. But the point is your soul used the vibration so that you could create a mind that shares your feeling of wanting to connect with spaces outside of yourself, which leads you to building structures that allow you to do that. So now you have a body that you treasure. Now you value your body. You understand that your body's built by all these structures connecting and conducting communication businesses outside of yourself, but also inside of yourself. But you don't feel like you are your foot, right? You feel like you have a foot. You're not your hand, you have a hand. You're not your leg, you have a leg. You're not your heart, you have a heart. So this is the wisdom. You know that you're not your body. You know this. You know, everyone knows that they have a body. So that's the whole point of understanding that you as a space have to build a structure if you want to relate with spaces outside of yourself. So now all of us as individual spaces, we would not be able to relate otherwise because we'd all be alone in our idea of God. We'd all be alone in our individual imaginations. But because we could all use our Lucifer, we could all use our water to bear the light of God, we were able to create a circumstance where we can all share a human experience. And that's what it looks like for all of our minds to communicate through these bodies. And now we're all fighting demons together. Now we're all fighting each other on who God really is. Who's the real son of God? Now this is the human experience, fighting each other. It doesn't have to be, but that's what Masons want. That's why they stole everything from Mercury. They're like, no peace, no avatar time, no balance. We want warfare because that's what fuels the matrix. And now white supremacy reigns throughout the globe. Huzzah. You are the light. The light that you are casts a shadow in the form of addictions, illnesses, and unhealthy relationships. They are the doorway to eventual freedom. Are you ready? That was the message I received. Okay, Bradley Harrison. So let's say this. You are not the light. You create light so you can experience how you want to see yourself. But light is always a desire. Space is desireless. So when you fast, you understand that you are the space that has to create desire. So this is where you are not light. But when you desire to feel like the light that you create, this is how you start to say as a space, I am light. I am what I'm observing, because you desire to feel like your imagination's so hard, you're going to create the circumstance where you're saying you're not even the creator of yourself. Otherwise, you would have to admit that you're not your creation. So you can't be your creation when you understand that you are operating from space. You're not operating from a structure. Most people here, right, in reality, believe that they're operating from the structure. And that would be because they don't know how to separate their mind from their body. And they don't understand literally how they're moving their body from an esoteric perspective. That's, again, this is all just brainwashing and stuff. This is why it's easy. Once you believe you are the body, it's very easy to say you are light. This body's made of light that became heavy because you waited in it so long. So this light became dense. Now it's a weight. Now it's a heavy weight that holds you into this reality. This body holds you down here. This body keeps you grounded on earth. That's the point of you waiting in this structure. So all of that is you choosing to get lost in light because you desire to connect with spaces outside of yourself. But once you stop desiring to connect with spaces outside of yourself, you're going to be able to separate from that light. And this is where you become way more infinite, and you understand that you have to be God, because you have to be the creator of your own space if anything's going to exist. Anything. If anything's going to exist, you have to create this structure that allows it to. And that's how you built a body. Again, this is how all of you built bodies. I'm talking about the energy of how you built the body so you can even relate with other individuals. But if you believe you are light, you're not really going to comprehend how you were in a space alone with yourself before you create a circumstance to feel like you are a structure outside of yourself. But I would hope you understand, just based on religion and based on like how I'm breaking down people's desires to go to heaven. Because the only reason people would desire to go to heaven is because they don't feel like they came from heaven. I feel like I came here from heaven and I'm in hell right now. And when I die, I'm going to go back to heaven. Heaven is my own space. No one can teach me that I'm going to go to their heaven, because their heaven has nothing to do with my space. So that's true for every individual. And that's what Mercury has always been about. That's what Hermes, Tahuti, Quetzalcoatl, Zoroaster, that's what all the past lives, Odin, that's what everyone's been about. Teaching you that you are creating a circumstance where you can share your idea of heaven with other spaces, which means that you have to be in hell to do so. So you don't have to be scared of going to hell when you die. You're already in hell, because this is the only way you can bring heaven to earth. That's what it means to be alive right now. Do you have credentials in diets and nutrition? All of these Masons' credentials were stolen from me. The fact that the medical industry literally uses the caduceus to teach you about your health, when I made up the caduceus to teach you how you built a body, should say everything. Their credentials are only made up to further push lies that are causing climate change and health problems for people. It's silly. Absolutely, Rita B. Next time you get on live, I want to speak on things I've been going through, experiencing, and happenings. All right. I've had some major awakenings, major profound experiences. All right. King Queez, yeah, 100. Yo, I handcraft crystal and gemstone jewelry, y'all. Tap in. Hey, absolutely. It sounds lit. Thank you. Bro, that's deep as fuck. Absolutely. I always said that. Ha. As I was just a few minutes ago, what he was talking about, spaces within the inside, right when I spoke about this to my nephew, because he'd been going through the same things. You mentioned it too on point. Hey, bet. Hey, this is crazy. Much love, yo. How do you know so much about Masons? Because Masons stole all their ideas from me. So because I know who I am, I know how all my information has been stolen from my space. And Masons literally don't exist. Masons literally don't have anything. They can't be seen as the May sun. They can't be seen as the son of May without cannibalizing my creations. So that's me as Metatron, the mind of Mercury, having many past lives that have manifested the structures that spaces are using to communicate right now. So again, everything that Masons have stolen from Metatron in many different forms. There's many details. There's so many details. That's like the whole Virgo shit. Because, I mean, when you're living so many lives, there's a lot of details in each life. And when people want to get you lost in the knowledge of just one life and they want to get you lost in time and shit, all you can do is know yourself to navigate lies. So this is why I have to keep fasting and connecting with my space so I can know who I am and navigate all these lies that Masons have sold by stealing the truths that already were manifested from me doing what I've been doing up to this point. So I just have to keep doing what I've been doing because that's how I've even created the circumstances where Masons could steal my information and be seen as the one true children of God, or be seen as the big monotheistic banks that can use money to manipulate your mind. Boo. Shame on them. They call themselves Freemasons. Sort of ironic, don't you think? Yeah, I mean, Masons and Freemasons are different, but I mean, it is really their obsession with freedom, right? We literally think about America. The whole point is they want to manifest their destiny. So they manifest their destiny by spreading slavery, rape, genocide, and cannibalizing the land of Quetzalcoatl, cannibalizing the land of Native Americans that openly welcomed them into their homes. That's how they have to manifest their freedom. And then they teach everyone that if they slave away on the matrix, they'll be able to be free. It's a whole paradox. And everyone should be able to see how the American dream is only a scam. Like, hey, if you're a slave, you'll have freedom. If you work for money, you'll be able to do whatever you want with money. So this is just how they have manipulated humans to support genocide, to support spreading the matrix through very evil methods. Because everyone's like, oh, okay, I'll compromise my morals for a number so I can exchange that number on your system and then support your ability to do more evil things with my energy. I'd love to vote for the next person and the next person and the next person. I'll keep voting that shit. But Masons at the highest level in the Scottish Rite worship Satan. Well, this is the point, ye main one. Masons worship Satan because Satan is a spirit that is giving them the rationale to steal everything. So Masons worship me because I'm the space that actually builds the structures that make their mind matter. That's why you can go Google Mercury Day and see that it's the 4th day of the week. And then you can go see that Odin, Tahuti, and Hermes are all tied to it. It's Symmetry Day. It's about the number 4. It's about balance. And it's about how Mercury balance builds your body. Your mind builds your body. That's what we're talking about here in this whole live stream. That's what I'm always talking about. That's what the Caduceus represents. This is why the medical industry stole all of their ideas of health from me. You don't have a healthy body when you don't know that your mind built your body. If you don't know that your mind built your body, you're never going to have a healthy body. That's why Americans are so sick, because Masons have weaponized this basic spirituality against people. So yeah, they worship Satan overall. Satan is Mason's main god. It's just that Masons have to worship the people that they steal all of their ideas from, because otherwise they would not have stolen those ideas. So the whole point is they're agreeing that they can't do anything without us, but also they have to justify why they stole our creations to lie. And that's where Satan comes in. Do you astral project, brother? Absolutely. I hear that you need to relight the temple in Siberia and remove the river under the pyramid in Mexico. I haven't gotten any messages about that yet. So if I have to do that, I'll find out. I mean, there's a lot of things I have to do, technically. So we're going to take it a day at a time. You heard Taylor Budd talks about fasting and stuff? I have not. What are you? I'm a space. I'm a space that is experiencing its emotions as a structure. And that structure is called a human body. So now I can use my mind, which I've created as a consciousness, to communicate my space into existence through this body. So I am a space, and I can see how all of my ideas are connected by my space. And my soul is my ability to relate with and vibrate with my own ideas so that I can communicate them into existence as a mind that allows you to actually see where I'm coming from. And then that's how I'm able to further build a body, not just physically, but now place every word like this and build bodies with sentences and whatnot. So now if I want to get more creative, I'm a space. I'm an infinitely indigenous individual space. So that's me as symmetry. If we're going to get into the ego, I as Chase Clarence Calloway, I'm symmetry. So as a space, as an infinitely indigenous individual space, I'm symmetry, the updated version of Mercury. Yeah. Can you speak about the true realm of Earth and how NASA manipulates the population? I can. The true realm of Earth. I've been talking about the true realm of Earth this entire time, actually, though. So, I mean, that's kind of open-ended. The true realm of Earth is literally everything I just said. Earth is a number 4. Earth is your ability to stabilize how you communicate. So everything that allows you to touch something is Earth, because that's proof that energy matters. So space has to vibrate at a certain frequency to create the energy that can materialize as matter. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you as a space connect with whatever thoughts you're having, whatever frequency you have, that allows you to manifest the energy that creates a body to support your space. So now when you generate the energy by vibrating at a certain frequency, your structure is going to show everyone how you support your own space. And then that's the point of your body. And that's the point of now, once you feel connected with your own body, you can use how you connected with your body to relate with other people's bodies. That's how we're all sitting on phones right now and able to use the English language to communicate, and why we can all talk about TV shows, and why you feel like you're more connected with people who like the same shows as you versus people who don't. It's all a soul thing, because we all know that spiritually as spaces, we are using structures to relate our souls with one another. Otherwise, we would be alone in our own space. So this is my shit as Chase Clarence Calloway. You have your space, your soul, and your structure. This is the real trinity right here. Your space, your soul, and your structure. Your space is you observing your own circumstance, right? So you have your own circumstance. We all have our own circumstance. You can't tell me that we have the same circumstance. People love to try and say, we're all source consciousness, but they can't tell me about my past lives, and they don't have any awareness of where I'm coming from. So no, we did not come from the same source. I am my own circumstance. You are alone in your own circumstance. Everyone is alone in their own circumstance. That's space. Space is alone in its own circumstance. Once space creates an imagination that it connects with, this is how it creates a soul. So a soul is a space connecting with itself. So once you have a soul, this is now you as a space realizing that you are alone in your idea of God. That simple. So everyone here is an infinitely individual God, and everyone here has a soul because everyone here naturally already went through the process of realizing as a space that they were alone in their imagination. So once you realize you were alone in your imagination, you realize that you were solo. Now you can use your ability to connect with yourself to build a structure that supports your soul. This is where you get the body. So this is earth coming out of water. So you have space, water, earth. And it's really space, fire, water, air, earth. And then all that transforms to create blood. And now you can build a family with other individuals who have done the same thing as you. This is what I've done with my dog. This is what I've done with my family that I can go hang out with in other simulations. that have nothing to do with my family here. But then I also know that my family here is people that I've chosen to connect with based on how we naturally resonate on a soul level. So now everyone in my family, I manifested into a family of doctors and athletes. So that's just big Hermes time. Like when you look at Hermes, everything about him with the caduceus is that he's a doctor and he's an athlete. And it's important to know how those are linked. It's about you building your body. It's that simple. Like it's those two things should be connected, to be a doctor and to be an athlete. When you know that your mind manifested muscles so you can manipulate your emotions to show other people how you feel, boom, you understand the wisdom of the caduceus. Congrats. That's what Hermeticism is all about. Again, Masons stole all this from me so that they can teach you to hate yourself. And teaching you to hate yourself looks like teaching you that you need to follow the 10 commandments to go to heaven when they didn't even follow the 10 commandments to bring their government to you. They didn't follow the 10 commandments to make their religion a thing. So why are you forced to follow their rules? These people who build these religions don't follow their own rules, but they're going to teach you that you need to follow their rules. So that's just like more contradictions, whatever. This is how they've been manipulating the earth realm, whatever, like, hey, and that's what NASA's all about. That's what all these systems in general are all about. Manipulating how you view life. That's why they filmed the moon landing and then faked it and sold it on TV. The point is, they created TV because they want to run a social experiment to see if they can just make humans believe what they see. But the only way they can manufacture what you see is to project it through this technology. That's why they call it television. Telling lies to your vision. Literally, it's subconscious speak right here, guys. Television. Telling lies to your vision. So this is spiritually why they set up TV and why they set up the news. That's why they set it up, to tell lies to your vision through television. Now you can be programmed through channels. Now they possess you. They program you. They possess you with their programs. When you change the channel, you get possessed by another program. Every channel is Masonic programming. And they stole all this wisdom from Mercury because Mercury is Metatron telling you how you as a space create structures from many different angles. And that's why Metatron has many different past lives that may not look related to each other, but they are all connected by one soul. And ancient cultures know this. The Masons know this. They know that Mercury is called Spider-Man because he connects all of his past lives in a way that no one else does. So the point of Mercury is to communicate with you about your past lives. The whole issue with believing that everyone was created by one God is that it locks you out of learning about your past lives organically. And it locks you out of developing empathy for other people because you can't even see how other individuals have past lives you don't perceive. Like the moment you believe everyone was created by one imagination, you have no empathy for spaces outside of yourself. This is why these ideas have been used to spread genocide and rationalize rape throughout North, South, and Central America. It's right there. This guy thinks he's slick, lol. Supposedly I need to go swim in a Ganges, but I don't know how to get there and do that. You should find a way. It sounds like a move. How is that free trial of Gaia channel on Amazon? I don't know, Mikes. You let me know. You're the one coming in here bringing Gaia channel up. Why are you asking me about a channel you clearly watch? That's silly. Source tells me you're not only harmful to me, my mind, and my mission, but the collective. And you're saying source tells you, so you're saying you're telling yourself. If you're saying source tells you that I'm harmful to the collective, then you're literally saying that I told you that I'm harmful because you're trying to say that we all came from one source? Or are you literally just saying that you told yourself that? Don't try to act like you came from source, like you didn't just come from yourself. Just replace source with my ego and type out that again so I can block you cleanly. My ego tells me that you are not only harmful to me, my mind, and my mission, but the collective. I'll save you the time and I'll just block you now. My family is telling me to block you right now. because they say that I'm a little too open with my space. I'm a little too open with colonizer energy. Like people who like to eat things while hating on it. That's hilarious. And this person I'm blocking has labeled themselves the chosen one, anointed, the light, and supreme healer. How can you possibly listen to what I'm saying right now? Have a whole bio where you're calling yourself the chosen one. Chosen by who? By source or by your ego? That's insane. People are so egoic here. It's so wild. And it's like y'all don't even realize how you're just lost in the ego, but then you don't have the full confidence to actually believe in your ego. So then you need to try and act like you're better than others because you're chosen by something outside of yourself. And you have like nothing real to show for it other than like spreading hate. It's silly. All right. Hermes was Thoth, who was a scholar. Hermes does not exist. How can you say that Hermes was Thoth and then say Hermes did not exist? And then where did the Caduceus come from? Where did Hermeticism come from? Where did the pyramids come from? Where did the emerald tablets come from? And who are you to say he did not exist? Because I don't know you and I've never seen you in my life. So just because you aren't aware of other people doesn't mean they didn't exist. The structures related to Hermes were built by him. You wouldn't be able to know who Hermes is. You literally wouldn't be able to say Hermes was Thoth, who was a scholar, if Hermes did not exist. What kind of fucking contradictory sentence is that? People are so weird. They're so weird. We're just gonna keep it. What do you think about the practice of inversion? I don't know what that means. Inversion? You mean like when I hear inversion, I think about changing the way you view something, and I think that's important. That's all of your superpowers, by the way. If you can change the way you view a circumstance, you'll be able to change how you feel about a circumstance. If you can change how you feel about a circumstance, you're going to change how you communicate your imagination into existence, which is going to manifest a different reality than if you had viewed the circumstance from a way that made your vibration lower. You see this? So changing the way how you view life is awesome. I don't know. That's what I think when you say inversion. Preach. Facts for their facts. Prime time drive by. Haha. This generation is who believes everything they read on Google. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem, right? Everyone's knowledge is limited by the internet. So everyone's spirituality is literally capped by how Masons have manipulated the internet. It's kind of sad. Yeah, like most people are Google scholars. That's why I'm glad I can separate my mind from my body and go to Atlantis. I can go to my space of Mercury. I can go be alone in my structure that I've built through all of my past lives, connecting with my space. I get to do that shit and be happy alone. So I'm happy about that. And I wish everyone could do that for themselves. That's the point of your Mercury. If you are aware of your own astrology, you would know that your Mercury in astrology represents your mind. That's why Mercury is the fourth day of the week. Again, it represents how your mind builds your body so you can build structures that support your space. That's what all life is. And they think they're right. They control Google and all their search engines, right? So everything bad in the world is the Masons' fault. Everything related with how the banking system has used money to colonize lands that did not previously want to be connected to that banking system is the Masons' fault. So everything in North, South, and Central America, for example, yes, because the Native Americans did not agree to sell their lands to any of the Europeans. The Europeans did not have enough money to buy all the gold, trees, women, food, animals, all the resources from indigenous peoples. There's no money to buy this land. All they could do was steal it and make money off of it the way they're doing now by consistently lying, raping, murdering, and using Jesus to justify it. This is all regurgitation. You should be open. You have the platform. I don't know what you said there. I'm the chosen one. Okay, again, see, there's so many people here saying they're the chosen one. This is so comedy. Right, you chose yourself. Everyone chose themselves. Everyone's a chosen one. Everyone chose himself. That's why you're born. You chose to be born. You're the chosen one. You're the child of God because you gave birth to your own mentality. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're the chosen one. Everyone is a chosen one. If you are experiencing life, you chose to exist. Congratulations. Yay. You're the chosen one. That's why all these shows are about you, right? The Matrix is about you. All these religions are about you, right? Because you're the chosen one. Absolutely. Welcome to relating world. Yay. But the moment you're getting lost in your ego and you think you're the only chosen one, and then you need all of us to listen to how something outside of you chose for you to be better than other. That's just, we would have to not care about who we are to listen to that. Anyone who disagrees with you is a colonizer. It's not about disagreeing with me. I mean, I get that people don't understand what I'm saying. I'm literally talking about how space works. So anyone who disagrees with me is simply ignorant. And they're probably just missing the point of how I'm using these words. And they would probably just want to take up my time talking about their perspective. And then we could get some balance there, which I'm all about. So it's not about disagreeing. It's just about understanding how the science of space. But if you don't understand the science of space, you almost don't have room to disagree. Like you kind of just have room to fight something that you don't understand, but you're eating it to gain stability, which is again how the government has programmed everyone. So I would then say it's not your fault. Hey, it's not your fault. That's why it's not personal when people, do whatever. I'm at warfare with the government that's programming humans to hate themselves. So everyone who has their own problems, all of you are victims of something much larger than you can really understand. And that's where I feel for you guys. That's why I'm down here. Other spirits don't have empathy for humans down here. That's why they won't come down here. But I'm down here because I care and I have empathy. Enoch has empathy. Enoch lived as a human for a long ass time before he became Metatron. So don't think I just forget about the human experience and I'm about to be like, man, fuck humans. Burn it all. Flood them. Set the world on fire. Like people want the life to be biblical like that. Every time I talk to Christians and shit, they're like, well, climate change doesn't matter. God's going to flood the world anyway. He's done it before. Or climate change doesn't matter. We're all going to go to heaven and this world's going to set on fire. Like that's all Masonic ideas. This is why we're suffering from climate change right now. Indigenous peoples don't think in a way of like, oh, I can't wait to destroy the environment I'm in. What? You see, it's so lost here. The ego is what we believe we are. It's a lie. That's right. So the ego is a lie and the soul is a truth. And the soul always reminds you that your ego is made up. Your soul always reminds you that your ego is a lie. But your soul makes your ego real because you, as the space, get to communicate about what you see. That's what I'm doing right now. So everyone can say I'm acting from my ego and that I'm a liar, but also my soul is a thing that's actually making my ego real. And the fact that I can communicate about all these structures that the government has stolen way better than any politician, any scientist, or any Mason is proof of the space that I'm coming from. So boom, that's just where, yeah, the ego is a lie. But then when we know that everything is a lie because everything in life, this is why life is called life. We lie in life because we're comfortable in lies. Then this is where we get to see that life is about making our ego real. And we all want a life where we can lie comfortably in our imaginations. Boom. Again, Hermetic wisdom right here. So this is what we're all doing subconsciously. We're all trying to create a life where we can lie comfortably in our lies. But the soul, the truth, is that we are all connected. That's the point of water. So the lie is that we are separating ourselves. The water is what connects us. And then the balance is knowing that we are all separate before we connect. But if we want to be seen as individuals, you have to connect with a space outside of yourself. So if you want to be seen as an ego, you have to connect with another ego. So that's what you're doing right now. If you want to be seen as an individual, you have to create a structure that allows you to be aware of other individuals. And now this is where you start to live life, because you actually just had to leave your comfort zone. Now, this is where they say life begins outside the comfort zone. Your comfort zone is actually you literally alone in your space, being comfortable alone with yourself. Your uncomfort zone is when you have to build a body and go out of your space with your mind and challenge yourself to have new experiences and communicate in whole new ways, because that's the shit that lets you grow as a soul. Your soul is your ability to create new connections. Again, this is all Spider-Man, Hermes wisdom. Your soul is your ability to create new connections. So when you can build new connections, that's your space becoming bigger, because you're starting to conduct business with more spaces. Now you have a family in this simulation. Now you have a family in this simulation. Now you have a family in this simulation. You're interdimensional, baby. You got families in all these different simulations. Your space, your soul is only getting bigger. You as a spirit are getting bigger because you're able to observe more and more connections. And that's all only possible because you lied to yourself. You see that? Like, you lied to yourself with your ego, and you created an imagination that you felt like you sleep in. That's what it means to lie in. Sleep with your about the your water. Actually, though, your water is water. Your Lucifer water for light bear. The truth is where your water is where your water experience. Water experience your ability to get us. We together communicate. Of course, I mean, well, we all speak together, communicate straight up. That energy. When it gets dark, we all sleep, right? 27 frequently sleeping with the energy when most people are sleeping. Space when you as a that can energy. People are sleeping space. You're having whatever frequency. When we build a body, and when we build bodies in the same atmosphere, we all have to sleep together to stay connected with our own space. That's why your body can't just be awake forever. When you're asleep, you literally dream to go connect back with your space. That's your water cycle. That's your REM sleep. I wish Masons taught you this. See, like, they literally stole all this from the libraries that they burned down in Egypt. They stole so much. They stole everything I shared. So that's the point. Like, you know your dreams are made up. Your dreams look like lies. But notice how your life becomes the truth when you can make it real. Your life is real. When people feel like life is a lie, that's simply them not feeling connected with the structures that they built up to this point. I don't feel like my life is a lie, but I know that life is a lie before it connects, because everyone is seeing what they want to lie in before they communicate it into nature. And now we're all communicating our lies into nature. So now we can all sleep with who we want, right? So now notice that's who you want to lie with. I don't want to sleep with people who don't support my imagination. I, as a man, do not want to sleep with any women who do not support my imagination. That doesn't make sense for me. This is natural, right? This is everybody. You, as an individual, you never want to sleep with people who don't actually support what you frequently see, what you imagine. So this is the importance of conducting the right relationships and actually focusing on building interdimensional families. Okay, this is what real heaven is. Your family is what makes heaven real. That's why, like, no one can convince me that I need to go to someone else's heaven. They're not my family. My family's my heaven. My dog is my family. My dog is my heaven. Like, my dog is always going to keep me connected to my space. No other fucking random ass individual is going to come up and tell me that I need to work to go to theirs because I'm not good enough alone. I'm Hermes fucking Trismegistus. You are out of your goddamn mind using my own structures to teach me that I need to work for you so you can destroy the environment that we're all supposed to naturally be happy in. Out of your goddamn mind. Man, I hate Masons so hard. But humans are supposed to level up. We're all leveling up together. That's why this is happening. We're all leveling up together. And this is why this is an individual journey, and it's fine. I have 41 new messages. I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to look at them. I was supposed to go a while ago, but this happens with lives where I just keep going because I end up just getting into a flow. And, you know, it's whatever. So this is why, yeah, the ego is a lie. The point of all stories is to make the lie real. So notice how everything that you think, for example, here's a lie. I went to the gym an hour ago, right? We know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because even though I imagined going to the gym an hour ago, you can see that I didn't do it. I've been here talking with you. So because I've been here talking with you, you can see that I didn't an hour ago. Therefore, that's a lie because that fire, so lies are fire, truths are water. The lie can connect. The lie was a frequency that stayed alone in my space. Truth, seen a vibe. Truth, where my follow the 10 commandments. Truth, seen movement. You so what we move. Yeah, truth. What we gym. Yeah, person follow the 10 commandments is May. The 10 commandments. So that lie before it's a rule. It's a truth. So I said so. People, whatever. People can say, "Man, you're not gonna, man, you're a go." They've been rejecting me around that they don't think my mission and is going to connect nature, and so now it's up in the air. Am I going to follow through on my fire? Am I going to follow through on my desire? If I do follow through on my fire, I use my soul, my vibration, my woman to give birth to a child. And that looks like my mind actually moving my body to go to the gym. You see that? Boom. Space, fire, water, air, earth. And then you transform, and that's you creating life based on how you're transforming right now. Because you're always transforming. Notice how this entire live stream is me transforming to create something. And this live stream is one creation based on how I transform Earth. And that Earth is being transformed by my mind. And my mind is being created by me as a space, constantly combining how I feel about what I'm thinking. But you can't see at all how I feel about what I'm thinking. All you see is what I'm communicating through this body. And you can't even fully you just can't see what I'm thinking. So I have no idea how you're actually perceiving these words. I'm going based on trust. So this is where water is trust, fire is lies. So we have to trust nature. We have to trust our connections to even feel like we can actually relate with each other. So if I did not trust my ability to connect with the words that I'm speaking right now, I would not feel like I could communicate with you. See, so that's all of our water energy. Your water energy is the vibration that makes you trust the connections that you've built up to that point. And then that's your woman. That's what marries you to life. So if you feel like life is a lie, you're basically telling all of us that you don't trust your space because you don't trust why and how you've connected with the structures that you are using to experience yourself right now. But then that's just where also when people say life is a lie, a lot of the time they're talking about how Masons have used the government to program our minds. And yes, absolutely. Life is a lie. And then again, I mean, that's why I went on this whole thing. Life is a lie because you have to imagine life before you actually make your life the truth and you can connect it. So once I go to the gym, that becomes a truth. Now that person who said that I was a liar is a liar. When they said that I lied, now they lied about me lying because I followed through. And then this is just where, one can just get lost in lies. So lies are fire, truths are water, and then the balance is air, understanding that the spirit communicates itself into existence. And then earth is all the structures that stabilize out of the spirit communicating itself into existence. What's in the center of the earth? Water. Life. Hyper-condensed hot life with a lot of minerals. That's where science will try to say it's like metal. It's just straight up molten rock metal. It's water. But because of all the pressure and everything, certainly, yes, there's crystals, minerals, and formations, but it's intricate structures. The point is, it's water. It's hot water. Hot transforming liquid water that does then become molten magma minerals that cool off the more they expand out, right? That just naturally happens. Bodies are hotter on the inside based on all the transformation of spirit rating that energy as it goes to the outside. I'm not from mythology. He was based on Thoth. Okay. You can find he was and had two. Okay, he's hilarious. And this is hilarious. And this he goes and goes and is anointed because they light herself. Because the ego itself, the ego creating the sense of creating you bio where you're lost in the sense of bio where you're lost in the creating bio where you're lost in the moment your ego feels like light, you're lost. You're lost. Like you're actually in darkness. Like you're compared to being a spirit, you're in darkness. Like that light is blinding you from being able to see full possibilities in space. So now your ego, your desires are actually going to lead you to be way more demonic. Absolutely. People getting super lost in their highest idea of self truly does disconnect them from their actual spiritual space. And that's where it's sad because they can't let their soul, their vibration speak to them. That's where you get people who ignore their intuition. And then they end up having regrets like 10 years later or whatever, because they realize way too late, like, hold up, I was in a really egotistic mindset, chasing desires. I didn't do what my soul was calling me to do. Oh no, yeah, that's rough. You fucked up. You know, our mind, all of you are not God. Source of all creation is the final judge. See, like you're lost in judgment. So that's where so many people are lost in being judged. You have no idea how the universe actually works. It's that simple. So go judge yourself. But the point is, you don't even know who I am to even like be able to criticize me or say that I'm going to get judged. Like I judge people. I'm the judge. So that's the point of Mercury. They got their, oh my gosh, Masons got their whole idea of law from Mercury. So literally your concept of a judge came from the messengers of Mercury. That's not the Masons, bruh. There are actually many transactions of land made between Europeans and Native Americans. Yeah, again, they didn't buy land. So any transactions made, like it's forced transactions. What? Like, do you not get manipulation? Do you not understand manipulation? You don't understand that most indigenous peoples, by principle, did not accept money because they did not want money, because they did not support the government that was stealing their resources. And there's literally no benefit to money when you already have all the resources that money can claim to give you. Because you know money doesn't exist without resources, right? Like money isn't real in an environment. It's literally an idea that Masons made up from Metatron so that they can manipulate the environment. It's that simple. So there's no money in the world. There's just resources. When you already have all the resources, you're not going to sell them to someone who's giving you nothing in return. They tend to be offended by everything you said about this person and their ego. Straight snuff. TCO. The ego is not real. It's just self-perception. Well, the point is, your becomes real. All of our actions not real. It's just right. Like your ego is real because your ego is your highest sense of. But when you get your highest sense of something, that's going because you getting lost in that high life is related with how against you. Used against you. Land is a small all the search that you're using to communicate. So you really feel against you. Use everything is so more low vibrational life, and that's why you're using ego. Agree because the yes, but the ego is natural. Like no, like it's going against you. I think there's a lot of shit on the internet that it teaches people to hate the ego. Like, oh, you need to kill the ego. Psychedelics, you got to kill the ego. And it's like, yeah. Use your soul. Your water kills fire. Water kills fire. Your soul kills your ego. So you can listen to your space. Absolutely. But your ego is your ability to be aware of space. So the ego, even though it's not real, if you didn't have an ego, you wouldn't be able to be aware of what's real. So you need your ego. Your ego is your individual being aware of its circumstances. And that's why your ego is always trying to do what's best for its own circumstances, because your ego is aware that it has circumstances. Your ego is aware that it's created, it's an awareness of some space that wants to stabilize itself. So now your ego is always working to gain some sort of support or structure based on whatever your desires are. And then this is what everyone's doing all the time. This is how nature works. You see animals do this all the time, right? Like all animals do what I talk about. All animals have an ego, and they all use their ego to gain stability and support in the environment based on how they know that spiritually they were created to support themselves. It's natural. The title Chosen One is self-proclaimed. Haha, they don't even understand what they're saying, literally. You bitter AF. You're hilarious. I wonder what I'm bitter about. No, they're about you. Have you ever considered that you're wrong? Well, the question would be wrong about what? Because at that point, you would have to tell me what's wrong. But if you can't even say what's wrong, you're just saying, like, have you ever considered that you're wrong? Yeah, I consider I'm wrong all the time. That's how I've gone up to the point where I'm at as a scientist, as a spiritual scientist overall. I love considering that I'm wrong. As a Virgo, yeah, I work against myself pretty hard in that way. So the fact is, I just naturally know what's true. Like when things are obviously correct, you can make a lot of details and you can make a lot of connections off of that. Again, that's how nature works. That's the difference of water versus fire. Fire doesn't connect. Fire as a lie, you can't build connections off of fire. Fire is too separate. Water is the actual body, the feelings that you can build connections off of with your fire. That's how you make air that materializes as earth. So for you to say that I'm wrong when I literally just explained how we communicate in general, I would love to hear what your alternative is. It's almost certainly going to be Masonic programming, something that you learned in a school that was built by someone who stole my information because they specifically don't feel like you're intelligent enough to deserve it. Like, what would I look like getting too deep into anything with you when I know that that's the circumstance that you're in? I'm trying to help you out. Fuck. But, there's a balance to helping people out who don't really help themselves out. We're all energy, just one energy. People's egos are too big. See, like, that doesn't make sense. How are you going to say that we're all energy, just one energy? and then say that people's egos are too big. That doesn't make sense. That's a contradiction. How can people's egos be too big if we're all just one energy? If we were all just one energy, then no one's egos could be too big. Everyone's egos fit just right. Fuck. Like, see, these contradictions are hilarious. Keep them coming, guys. Like, keep them coming. Love it, because this is how we grow. That makes no sense. You can't say we're all just one energy and then say that people's egos are too big. If we were all just one energy, then we would all be harmonious. No one would feel like they were out of place. No one would feel like someone was too big or too small, and everything would be equal and balanced, because that's what energy is. Balance. So the fact that you have your own energy and I have my own energy means that you have your own idea of balance and I have my own idea of balance. So now you're going to talk about how you feel like other people's idea of balance is more egoic because your idea of balance is more based in a low vibration. Because really, when people talk about the ego, they're talking about a high vibration. So notice like, oh, your ego's too big. We need to knock you down. Yeah, you're talking about how you feel like this spirit is flying too high. That's what it means to be the eagle. The ego is your eagle. So that's you spiritually being able to fly over all circumstances and see how everything is connected by your space. That's what your ego is. Objectively, again, Hermetic wisdom right here. Visit chaseyourgenes.com to learn way more. That's what your ego is, your ego. This is ancient Hermetic Egyptian wisdom. Again, Masons literally built America out of what I'm telling you. They stole all this. Why do you think America is obsessed with bone and obsessed with having the dollar? Why in Latin, novus trying to or whatever, trying to all with the third with zeros. The truth for the third is that having on him. But this is no ego is literally we are just your highest rate. That's the your highest rate. That's the ego. Create a individual highest self. That's the before before your ego before that's the actually self and your self and your of self. Where your soul is always right now. What you're doing right now. Anytime people feel like someone else is getting too high in their ego, they're going to use their soul to say, hey, I feel like killing your ego. We need to bring you more down here, because the point of you being down here